Tá? E, já o áudio.
Botei, acho que foi 10 segundos de atraso para a transmissão.
A música tá alta aí, né?
Mas aqui é porque tá sem nada mesmo. Eu quero ver. Não vai ter música que fala. É só para deixar rolando mesmo.
Teste.
Vai fazer. Foi na transmissão, foi o que eu coloquei.
Agora veja se o áudio
E o vídeo.
Tranquilo.
Tem um fone aí para ouvir melhor.
não, mas é aquele celular.
Olha aqui na frente pra você passar.
Aumentei agora.
Tá bom.
Tá bom.
Fala ali na
Aumentei agora.
50 lá mesmo.
Você aumentou. Aqui você tava aumentando, né? O seu
Aumentei.
eu do passado.
Deixa eu aumentar mais.
Você já tinha botado no atraso.
Isso, mas aí eu coloquei na transmissão um delay de 10 segundos para enviar para receber o servidor. Os pais. Eu quero o seguinte, controle. Depois ela controlar o servidor de coisa. Mostra ele aqui. Dê minha bengala.
Quer testar o 4K que eu já desci. Entendeu?
Não, pô.
Tá de boa, né?
Porque se a gente colocar o 4K, a tela vai aumentar. E aí eu vou ter que mencionar as coisas.
Então a gente já garantiu diminuindo e ainda ficou melhor descendo. Porque a gente já não tem rede superior.
Eu vou botar na tela. Pronto, agora eu vou fazer o seguinte, olha. Eu vou compartilhar esse link com o pessoal. Aí eu vou deixar na musiquinha. E aí eu desligo o microfone antes da gente passar.
Todo mundo tá com seus experimentos, todo mundo tá ok. Já já a gente começa a transmissão, né, Hélio? Ah, sim, mas não tá nada. A imagem não tá saindo, não. Pronto, é isso. A transmissão já está no ar, só não estamos mostrando nada ainda, certo? Então fiquem tranquilos, respirem. Foi uma semana intensa, foi puxado, mas agora é só apresentação, certo? Vocês vão falar, nós vamos ter um microfone com os convidados, um microfone com vocês aqui na frente, vocês trocam o microfone e depois os convidados vão só fazer um comentário e a gente entrega para vocês os tão esperados e aguardados e sonhados certificados aí de participação, certo? A gente já vai separar aqui, eu só preciso lembrar quais são as equipes que estão aqui, mas vou pegar os certificados para deixar aqui já, certo? A primeira que eu sorteei foi quem? 4, foi justamente de vocês, não foi? Pronto, as outras eu tenho anotado aqui porque eu mudei o sorteador. Então, podem ficar no celular por enquanto, podem ficar relaxando aí, sem problema, só não conversa alto, silêncio, para a gente poder manter o respeito aqui à organização do local, beleza? Tranquilo? Valeu, gente. Bom, pessoal, bom dia. Agora, oficialmente, a gente teve um atrasinho aqui devido a alguns problemas técnicos, mas estamos começando de verdade. Os pais que estão em casa vão poder acompanhar a nossa transmissão. Peço a todos que estão aqui que mantenham esse silêncio tão exemplar que vocês têm dado aí da manhã inteira, com tanta paciência esperando. E a gente vai seguindo a ordem aqui da apresentação, certo? Como é que vai funcionar? Só para o grupo entender, viu, Zambon? Só para a equipe entender. Vai ser assim, ó. Os alunos vão começar a fazer a apresentação e aí depois os convidados poderão fazer alguma pergunta, fazer alguma colocação, alguma observação, certo? E depois nós encerramos entregando certificados. Então o grupo precisa ser objetivo, direto, apresentar e depois responder as perguntas dos convidados, ok? Todo mundo pronto? Então vamos começar. Palmas para a equipe 4, vai começar a apresentação deles.
Hello one and hello all, my name is Gio and I will be introducing to you your brand new friend Shelly from Shelly Alarms. Well, you see, slow and steady wins the race, but Shelly, she's quick on the uptake when it matters. And when does it matter? Well, it matters when we are tasked with protecting communities in at-risk areas from wildfire in an attempt to save people from disaster and maybe even help with space exploration. I'm gonna pass on the mic to my friend Rodrigo, who can elaborate a bit on what I said just now.
So, fires in hot and dry regions were chosen in the main team, which is to focus mainly on the blazing Pantanal area, especially in the state of Mato Grosso, where we found Clade, a resident of a local community who was looking for ways to anticipate problems involving fires, as there has been a large increase in the region in the last years. After researching the problems, we decided this one in particular because it is something recent, which covers the local fauna and flora, and also because it is poorly protected region. It's a poorly protected region. We had in perspective that fire departments are not accessible to many cities, and that an effective and quick way for residents to understand and anticipate fire would be needed.
So the solution, after the research, we decided that the people in this area are really poor. So we tried to figure out a way to make a cheaper, like low-cost product that, how you can see there, it was how we idealized it. It is like a capsule with sensors that could analyze the situation of the area and identify possible case of fires and if a fire is already spreading and show to the people if something is going to happen. Normally the fire spreads in a really rapid velocity, so we tried to make it a good range so the people could receive the information in time and save everything they want, save their lives, of course, or for example, if they could possibly call the fire department, they could save their homes and save their objects. You can pass? Okay, thanks. So when we were doing this, we funded a project from UFMG, or University of Minas Gerais, and they were doing a similar project with some things different. For example, they are using cameras in places with a lot of electricity to identify these fires. But this project needs people, the people from the university looking in the data, and normally it would need a high cost because of the cameras, the vigilance staff, and that stuff. Okay, so this is the prototype. You can see there too. To the prototype, we made what? We used wood, and I don't know exactly the name, but it's like of paper, a different paper. I don't know exactly the name, and we tried to make it the best possible to fit in the fauna and flora, to the animals and the people don't find it like strange or don't break the prototype. Of course, in the prototype, we are not using the same materials because wood is probably going to burn if the fire spreads. So we are going to change the materials in the original, in the official project to a PPS PPS capsule, because the PPS don't burn so easily and don't transmit fire. So the electronic part will not suffer with this this heat and don't suffer a crash or this stuff. And with a cork to the base, because the cork is not really burned too, so it will protect everything well. And the systems, we are going to, for example, in the prototype, we are using Bluetooth. But in the original, we are going to use radio's ways to transmit, and with that we could, for example, put a voicer, for example, inside a speaker. Thanks. A speaker inside the community, and with that, with the radio frequency getting to the speaker will transmit a sound, a warning the people that the fire is coming, and another warning saying the fire is possibly starting, or another thing like that.
So yeah, this product will prevent several accidents caused by fire, in addition to being produced with a cheap cost and accessible to other communities. So yeah, this is Chelly Alarm, and this is our crew. That is Rodrigo Lima, Giovanna, Pedro Zambon, me, which I'm Sofia, Maria Luisa, Lucas Mendoza.
Okay, and we have like the special thankings for André Vitor. He's here? No? Okay. Beatriz Santana, she's the monitor who helped us a lot. We have Cauã, Lucas Feitosa, Felipe José. He broke our project, but that's okay. Mateus, he's another monitor who helped us a lot, really. Eli, for the project that we didn't put in the name because you don't need the name here, but Eli, Ligia too. And if you want to see the project working, he's working now. We can show you when the when the sensor gets in a temperature, the buzzer starts to send a sound and that stuff. So if you want to see, we can demonstrate to you. Okay? Segura aqui. When that sounds, when the speaker buzzes sounds, it's probably because the temperature is reaching abnormal levels, and the people are going to start to run, or for example, see if they will call something, or if they will call the fire department. We have here too the smoke. Is it smoke? Yeah, the smoke sensor, the gas sensor, for be more precisely. And the gas sensor will, it's not stop, no? Okay. The gas sensor, here. Stop. Okay. And the gas sensor here will see if the fire is already spreading, of course, because gas, smoke. And we try to demonstrate here that for our project, we are using a solar panel to get the energy that the project needs and save for example, crashing the system from the place that could possibly give us the energy. Okay, so if any of you have questions, I can answer you, and that is it.
Hello.
No, relaxa.
First of all, really good job. I thought that your design was very creative. I really like the turtle idea, and I like the solar panel because that means that you don't have to like put in batteries or anything like that. I guess I was just kind of curious on how you combine the temperature sensor as well as the smoke detector. So what would be the temperature after which the sensor sounds? And if, for example, if the temperature is lower but there's smoke, I'm assuming the alarm will sound. Is that correct?
Okay, so if I understand your question correctly, it's in the Pantanal, in the Brazilian Pantanal, the humidity is really low and the temperatures normally get like 46, 47, 48, that stuff. So when that happens, the situation all combined to the fire starts. So normally we will put like, for example, it's 45. So the sound will, if the 45 and the humidity is and the humidity is, for example, let me say 2, 5, 10, a number really low. When that happens, the sensor will make a sound and says, okay, can possibly happen a fire. Not like to make the people getting panic. We will of course instruct them. And if the fire is already spreading, the two ones will like, for example, the two ones will activate at the same time. So then the sound would go different, and then the people would know that the fire is coming. So they need to go out to save them, to be safe.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Very good job. I'm impressed. One thing that I really liked from what you guys said is how you made this to be cost effective. Just curious, so how many of the products would you need for a town? How many of the product would you need for a town?
Okay. Okay, so let me think. Probably we would make like 2 or 3, and the speaker, of course, that is separately. But let's say it's a town, so they can. We thought of this product thinking that they could. Dividir. Share. They could share the cost with all the community, and then they could pay with for the product.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, I think the idea of that is very like cost effective, and I like how it's very simple. It does the job, and yeah, it saves money as well, where you're not trying to buy like hundreds of them. You just need a couple per town, which I think is very doable. Good job.
Thanks.
I was gonna say, congratulations on your project. I think this is a great idea. Your program, you got together, you solved the problem like you were asked to do, and I loved it. Especially, I guess one of the things I was telling you in the workshop, and that I've told a couple of people, is that when you really start, you can solve a problem and you can go straight up and like solve the problem. But when you start getting creative and think about things like, we're gonna make a turtle to go in the environment, and you start getting creative, and when you let your creativity guide you and go out there and solve the problem in a different way as well. So I'm just really curious. Everything was great, so I'm curious just to see how do you come up with the design of the turtle? How did that idea come up? It could have been any animal or anything. So how do you decide that?
Okay, this idea came with the people who make the research from the animals of the Pantanal, and then discovered that there is a turtle there. And we tried to figure out that a turtle could be a good way, because let's say a turtle has a shell, and the shell is really strong. So most of animals wouldn't try to bite them. So they would see the shell, it's a turtle. And then they would go out. Or let's say these would not cause a problem to the environment, because if we put something that is so aggressively scene. Like, how can I say? If you put this one with red colors, like it could be really disturbing the area, the animals, the people would see that and say, "What is that?" So it's cool that and then the people who were making the research, Rodrigo, Giovanna, okay, they discovered that.
Also, as a Brazilian project, I was thinking of the turtle to make like an Brazilian identify, like a Brazilian appearance. So I was thinking of like so the community also can be like represented, so they can see like, oh, animal from here, like is a product for all of us.
Nice. Like I said, great job, excellent, and great idea.
We appreciate it a lot. Thanks.
Congratulations, you guys did a wonderful job, and I love the way you've constructed your prototype. And so one of the questions that I had was, you did mention that there is current research already happening in the university. And you stated that your prototype is a little bit different. I'm not sure I quite understood how yours is different.
I will try to make it understandable now. You know vigilance cameras, right?
Uh-huh.
This project from the university is using vigilance cameras in areas that have a system of energy passing by to put the cameras in the system and see in a great aspect of the floras and find the fire focus, let's say. But the problem is when they are using that, if the system have a crash, the cameras would go down and they would not be able to see if a fire is already happening. And not even not looking only to that, but you need someone. For what I read, they were using people to see the data and look to from the screen. So we would, if we would made a project and closely to them, we would need to hire staff and that stuff. So the cost starts to grow up a lot, and that's why our project focus on being as autosufficient.
Very good. So you were very cognizant of the fact that you needed to make it cost effective. So now your measurement, you said that you were measuring temperature and humidity in the air?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I think, did you give any thought to the environmental processes that have actually caused the increase of fire?
Yeah. Wait. Ela está perguntando sobre os problemas da floresta. O que acontece com isso ou a necessidade? Okay. I will question you now, only to be sure. Okay. Now I get it. Okay. So you were saying if we consider the effects of the war and the other stuff in the fire propagation, let's say like that.
Right.
Okay. So yeah, we thinking about it. The humidity and the temperature is what we focus, but of course we look at, for example, let's say if the airs go in a different speed, the fires can go more slow or more faster. And I made a research, and let's say the fire can go in 6 miles per hour, something like that. But so we tried to make it that the sensor could get in a good distance, and then the people would have, let's say 5, 6, 7 minutes when the alarm sends to get everything or call the people that could help them, and that is it.
Very good. Congratulations. Thank you for sharing your project.
Okay. Thanks, Shazia. Thanks, Sergio, Madeline, and Sharon.
In Portuguese today.
Okay.
Now.
Uh-huh.
Gente, um grande prazer estar aqui vivendo essa experiência. É muito lindo ver vocês produzindo tecnologia, né? Então, como educadora, eu fico encantada de ver vocês não saindo do papel de consumidor, que a gente gosta, né? Mas produzindo. E aí eu tenho uma curiosidade pedagógica e social em relação à organização do trabalho de vocês. Qual foi o maior desafio que vocês enfrentaram para chegar numa solução como essa?
Tá, eu vou responder por mim, depois eu vou passando para cada um e eles dizem o que acham. Pode ser assim? Tá.
Pode.
Ah, tá bom, então. Fale está. Então, vamos lá. Eu acredito que os maiores desafios foi... Bom, a divisão de trabalho sofreu um pouco de problema. Eu fiz um pouco de problema também. Os meninos ainda são novos, daí às vezes eles acabam agindo bastante, fazem muito barulho, não seguem tantas regras. Eu também pequei um pouco nesse sentido, não trabalhei tão bem, podia ter ido melhor, mas acho que no fim tudo funcionou bem. A gente acabou dividindo o trabalho, nós tentamos, eu acho que eu acabei forçando um pouco, mas normalmente a gente fazia votação, perguntava, quem quer fazer o quê? Vocês preferem ir para essa área ou ir para essa? Claro que às vezes muita gente queria ir para uma área, então eu tentava dar uma segurada, tipo, não, tem que ter mais gente para cá, não pode tanta gente para lá. Acho que acabei sendo um pouco grosso demais nesse ponto, mas tentei garantir que todo mundo trabalhasse de forma certa. E não sei, alguém discorda ou concorda? Tudo bem?
Obrigada.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, thank you a lot. Sorry for something I made it or I talked wrong. I expect you all understand everything okay, and that is it.
Gente, nós vamos entregar os certificados para eles. Depois a equipe vai ali para o fundo para tirar uma foto, da equipe junta. Você já tirou a foto com os convidados, tira agora com o certificado, certo? Eu vou pedir só para os próximos grupos a gente ser um pouquinho mais objetivo e eu vou começar a conversar com os convidados também para ser um pouquinho mais rápido nas perguntas, porque a gente acabou atrasando muito, senão não termina hoje, viu, gente? Pedro Zambon. Rodrigo. Lucas. Giovana. Clara. Yasmin. Conseguiu, tá vendo? Saulo. Cauã. Sofia. Pedro Henrique. João Paulo. E Luísa. Gente, parabéns para a equipe. Todos estão de parabéns. Conseguiram concluir o objetivo. Não é fácil. Então, vocês agora só saem pelo cantinho aqui para tirar foto lá no fundo. E eu convido já a equipe 11 para vir à frente, colocar aqui o material para a gente começar a apresentação do 11, viu? Valeu, gente. Pode levar. O certificado aí, viu? They can cite this. They can all speak. I guess the majority does. For us, you can just say like, congratulations. Two can ask some question, then another one can just
Two questions, two comments.
yeah, and yeah. I had a problem with the projector, so it's very late. So. Bom, gente, vamos lá. Então, nossa próxima equipe aqui agora é o grupo 11, não é isso? Quem é que vai começar? Todos prontos? Vamos lá. Com vocês agora.
Okay. Morning, welcome to there. Today we will talk about a problem that is really common in Brazil, especially in sunny areas like favelas. We're talking about landslides. Actually, let me breathe for a moment. Okay. No, don't mind it. Actually, landslides became really common because the aument of the rains. Like when the rains get, actually the urbanization. I'll talk about something about the Brazilian history because it gets better to explain. In Brazilian history, some part of the population became like fostered from the center of the cities, and they have to make the house of them like in really strange areas. So they created like really, it's like a problem in the land, and they have to build their house without any engineer help. So their house can't stand like on top of, they can't stand in the rain. We had a problem that we couldn't really stand their house. We couldn't change all the structure of the house. So we created a way to prevent the accidents and to help to evacuate the people there. It's a project to create alarms to make people get out of there before the accident becomes. Yeah.
Sorry. We did some research to come up with these conclusions, and our group decided that the best way to solve this problem is by monitoring, I think it is monitoring, the landslides. So we used two moisture sensors because
we used two moisture sensors because of the humidity of the ground. Actually, it became like one. It's like 20 centimeters from the ground, and the other one is 80 centimeters from there. Because when the one finds it, it's not like it's a big alert, but it's something to be cautious. But when the second finds it, it gets really important to be attention of it. At the same time, there is like an ultrasonic sensor to see it and to pay attention to it. It is like to 12.5 centimeters from a point in the basis of the land. And you can see that when it comes closer to it, when the landslide will start, it will sensor and buzzer, like in a voice speaker. At the same time, it will start to glow some lights, and they'll start to. Everybody. Actually, it will glow some LEDs in all the city. There are like some turn points that we will use to add it. There's actually like the pier of the city, some places that we can use to make everybody knows it.
For our solution, we thought of something simple but impactful. Our system is to help evacuate the residents of the area before a landslide occurs. In order to create an inclusive project, the team selected a set of audible and visual alarms that will act more effective to the population. Our differential is general the simplification of implementation, the process of electronic structures, signs to internal changes will be necessary in the local structures, house and commercial establishments.
Actually, before leading to another part, the solution, in a specific like the prototype, I have to say something. It's about the place that we choose. It's the Santa Marta in Rio de Janeiro. And it's a place there we have a problem specific there. Like the government doesn't have so much access. So when we want to do it, it's like being an ONG. At the same time, we will depend from donations. So people can't afford to buy the product there. They receive like, I don't know how to make this equivalence to another, but it's something more than 1,000 reais here. It's not that much. They just can't afford the product, so we have to make it like really cheaper or just for free in the cities. It'll be like in public spaces. It just can't be in the house of the persons. At the same time, we have a problem there, like we just can't put the long-term ideas, like reforestation is just not at all, it will not solve all the problems, because until it reforestates, the frequencies really, it's like in 2 years and a half, there will be another problem. The forests are not ready for that if we try to just reforestate it now.
Hey, good morning. My name is Vito, and now I'm going to talk a little bit about our prototype. This is our sketch model in which we use cardboard and crayons to illustrate the front of our prototype. You can pass. I'll talk about the prototype. Here's our prototype in which we used a few jumpers and are doing 3 sensors, in which 2 are moisture sensors and 1 is an ultrasonic sensor to calculate the distance in which the slant slide will happen. All right. We have three LEDs in which the sensors will calculate the safety, like if it's safe, we use the LED, and you can put in. If one, it's like we need an alert. It's the orange, so it's good to observe if is or not going to happen. And if the ground is too moisture, the ultrasonic sensor will activate, and the LED will turn red. You can put Não, pode soltar tudo, deixar dentro da água. We'll get red and we'll activate the sensor and the buzzer to alert all the population. Well, this will be like on traffic lights, like on actually light poles. So we can use red, yellow, and green, because then a person could just, oh, it's a traffic light. It's red and it's a landslide happening, not cars can stop. So we have this alert with a buzzer, and this is it's necessary to evacuate, right? So you can pass. This is the printing of our traffic light, and we use 3D print. What is that?
Our project interacts directly with the society that is in danger and alert of constant landslides, causing both social and financial impact on the target audience. Since the population of the selected locality does not have the financial means to acquire the equipment necessary for the implementation of the project in question, it is planned that it be sold to the government so that it can be distributed. Alô? Ah, tá funcionando. Sorry.
We thought the microphone had a problem, but
it is okay. Equipment, it be sold to the government so that it can be distributed free of charge to the population. In addition, our project minimizes the financial impacts caused by the landslide, since the population has the chance to save their personal belongings.
I would love to have a marker there to explain a thing. No, actually, I would like to have a marker there to explain a thing. The slide problem. We had a problem that we couldn't use most part of the signalized in the most ways there, because it's a dangerous area. Like, we couldn't use things like fireworks, signalators, or some types of lights. Most part of this would be a different message if we did it there. Like, there's already a context there for those things. So we try to be like a new thing from the area. So if we use it something that they already know by other thing, there will be no effect to the project there. So now presenting the team. Our team, actually, it's like, so much kids. Yeah. Yeah, you can. Yeah, the task actually is the name of the project. Do you want?
Hello. So I will talk about the prototype, and they already said it that they use two humidity sensors or moisture sensor, and we decided to build the prototype on the I don't know the box because it's we use less materials than using like a cardboard and other stuff. Okay, so in the prototype we didn't use a real solar panel. I don't know, and we use to power the system. But in this case, we're using the computer to power up. Okay, so they already said about the sensor, and this would be on like a I don't know a tree or on a light bulb, and that is it.
Excuse me. I would like to present our project, our project's name, that is TESS. It's tricolor anti-landslide system, and it's easy name, so people that can't speak English and the whole name can just use TESS. So here we are. Thank you.
Time for the questions. Anyone has any doubt? Anyone has any question, like something? Do you want to?
First of all, really good job. I like the sensors that you have. I'm just curious about the. Sorry, is that did you say it was a motion sensor or ultrasound sensor?
They're both. They're actually two moisture sensors and ultrasonic sensor.
Okay.
It's actually to make the calculus more precise.
Okay, wait, sorry, for that sensor, is it like if there's movement, then it'll...
Wait, what? Can you repeat?
What's the trigger for the ultrasonic sensor?
Actually, it's from a distance.
Oh, okay, okay.
Okay, so when it's go yellow, like wait, yellow. When it go yellow, it's turn on this and it works. Like it's not working now, but if we put like here, it's working now.
Okay, cool. So
Did you understand?
Is it any?
Actually, the ultrasonic sensor is only assessed when both of them are in contact with the moisture, like with the water. It's just a way to be sure of the information, so that you don't be like a false alarm for the people and you have to evacuate for nothing happening in the end.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I like the idea of like making
And
sure that all
actually,
conditions are there.
the
before.
things. Oh, sorry, you were.
I was gonna say, I like the idea of preventing false alarms by like requiring multiple conditions to be met. Good job. Thank you.
Yeah, and before Sergio. Actually, we're thinking about a third sensor, a pressure one, like also in the back part of the mountain, like to be sure of the things. Because in this area, it's really hard to make an evacuation. So we have to be the most sure that we can about the information that we have. We can't be like giving false alarms or something like that.
Yes, just really quick, I just wanted to say thank you so much for showing us this, and I think you work on everything like the CAD and 3D printing, programming. I really didn't expect the lights to do that, so I think that was surprising. That was amazing, a way you found to make it different just with 3 lights. So that's awesome. And also one thing I wanted to congratulate you is because you put so much thought into this and all the socio-economic aspects of it and how like people react and the different things that they already assume. So I think you did a fantastic job on researching not just how to solve the problem, but also like how to act in that specific community.
Actually, about the lights, there will be also a project related to RGB LEDs to make it really more visual, like to make it red is considered a alert color in other countries. So I guess we can make it even more red to make people know there is a problem there. It's time to evacuate right now. You have to go.
I think this is a great project, and I love how you guys made that actual prototype with the lights. Your name, you actually even put thought in the name to have it be something short and catchy yet meaningful. So all the details that you guys have put in taking all aspects and being so considerate for the community and knowing that you have to be extra careful not to have false alarms. So good job, guys. Very good job. Thank you.
Thanks.
I think. Oh, wait a second. So I think that helped us a lot is focus on a specific person, like yes, it's like our persona. We focus on that, and we focus on like putting that on the area. Like if we put in the real area, what it would be, like what materials would we use? It's like we use this 3D painting to forget it.
Don't mind it. Actually, we try to be like kind of economic, because if it's in the city and there is a problem, the landslide, we already told in 2 years and 2.5 years we would have to make some repairs in the project. So we try to not be like that expensive. Also for being not that costly for us, because we are in a non-organization problem, non-governmental project.
Now I will speak in Portuguese because it's the monitors. Eu gostaria de agradecer a todos os monitores da nossa equipe. Vocês ajudaram muito a gente e a gente realmente é muito grato. A gente não teria saído do lugar sem vocês. E era isso. Obrigada. E a Nilson e ele também por organizarem, pelo menos os que conheço, são os que estão mais à frente, organizarem mais esse projeto pra gente.
And I would like to make a special thanks for Minecraft being our safe zone. Like, I think it's not a thing that I should say, but it's like when we needed to relax, because it's kind of stressing to do that. We always use like some games, and thanks for the monitors too. They always make things like really outgoing, not very stressful there. I really love to work with them. Presented the team: Davi Franco, Alexandre Góes, Alana Almeida, Nicolas D'Antoni, Luiz Arturo, Alice Pereira, Davi Almeida, Vitor Ariel, Jonas Aragão, Vitor Almeida, Sofia Maia, Isabela Seabra. Oi.
Calma. Gente, vamos entregar aqui. Eu vou deixar você entregar, pronto. Entregue. Eu vou falar o nome, você vai entregando, certo? Sofia, Arturo, Alice, Isabela. Oh, já está com você, né? Deixa eu ver. Davi, Vitor Ariel, Davi Franco, Jonas, Alana, Nicolas, deixa eu ver, Alexandre e Vitor Almeida. Gente, palmas para a equipe. Parabéns. Vocês podem ir lá agora para o fundo para tirar foto de vocês com a equipe lá com o certificado. Muito obrigado. Leve o protótipo de vocês. Parabéns mesmo. Pessoal, só um avisozinho. Quem for usar buzzer, uma dicasinha. Quando vocês forem botar o som, coloca o microfone perto do buzzer, certo? Porque aí todo mundo consegue ouvir melhor, certo? Podem seguir lá para poder tirar foto com o projeto de vocês. Grupo 7, por gentileza. Podem vir. Tudo ok aí? Ali, as caixinhas que você fez aí foram bem úteis, viu? Todo mundo usando as caixinhas aí para alguma coisa. A ideia inicial, essa caixinha foi feita, gente, na oficina de marcenaria. E a ideia inicial era só eles receberem o kit deles dentro da caixinha, mas eles usaram a caixinha também para transformar na parte da solução do problema. Então, muito legal isso. Todo mundo pronto? Quer começar? E aí, Nina? Ah, ok, certo. Tá botando os LEDs aí, né? Esse aí tem um... Pronto, vamos lá. Então, agora a equipe 7 vai apresentar. Gente, bastante objetivos, certo? Sejam bastante objetivos para a gente conseguir continuar, beleza? Vamos lá.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Pedro, and we are Maritimus. Our challenge is to monitor high-risk communities to avoid or minimize the damages caused by the natural catastrophes. The problem we chose to focus on is the advance of the tides affecting constructions near dunes, sands, and mangroves. As the Barra dos Coqueiros, one of the places affected by the described problem, had a disordered occupation, and when the tide advanced, stone barriers were made as a failed attempt to block the sea advance, resulting in water invading streets and houses. Another cause of the exponential increase of the tides is another cause of the exponential increase of the tides is the high rains caused by the event known as La Niña, which exorbitantly increases the number of floods in the Brazilian northeast. This is a natural event that normally happens with a frequency of 2 to 7 years, lasting approximately 9 to 12 months. However, a stronger influence of La Niña in the past few years increased the frequency of disasters. The last cause is global warming, which indirectly affects the increase of the tide level, where the greenhouse effect caused by the human actions affects the melting of the polar ice caps. These actions can affect people who live in shore areas. During the building process, we had a few issues with the idealization process. At first, we were unsure on what problem to focus on, but after thinking of solutions for each problem, we realized they would fit the tide issue the best. Let me now tell the story of José Santos, a 66-year-old man who lives in the Barra dos Coqueiros beach. He's a fisherman who's lost the movement of his legs due to an accident he suffered at the age of 50. He lives with his wife and has 3 children over the age of 18. He wants to continue fishing safely, but the dangerous advance of the tides kept him from reaching his goal. He is also afraid that he may not be able to escape if the water invades his home. And that's where our product comes in.
So using the sensor to level the water data, and moon phases, our app can predict the water level and the advance of the tides. So it can help our persona José to fish, and even it can help people who want to do tourism safely and people who live near the beach and in risk areas. The big difference in our project is that the app, that is one of the ways that we can disseminate the information caused by the sensor. It has a GPS which shows the areas that are more risky to be. So our persona, José, can evacuate earlier and easier by the information. Another way to share the information is the digital sign. That is just like for people that don't have access to the app, just like poor people, so they can have a cell phone or internet. So that's a way to warn them. So here's the app. And the space exploration. So how can our project help the space exploration? When astronauts go to space, they have a tank of water that needs to be always full. So implementing our project, this tank will have 2 water level sensors, and it will warn if the tank's full, the tank's empty, if it's in a medium level. So it can help a lot in space exploration. So how project helps these people? That's a cheap way to warn them, and that's a lot easier than other ways that already exist. So the team is Maria Luisa, Gabriela, Wendel, Pedro Vinícius, Natália, Ana Paula, Rafaela, Rian, Antônio e João Guilherme. So can we present how does the project works? So this is the outdoor, the digital sign for people that don't have access to the app. And here's the timetable that this a lot efficient to warn these people, because the tides are the most, that's what caused the level of the merging water lots of times. So when the tides are high, the sled it blows, and when the water is and when the tides are low, the sled blows. Right? So, well, guys, that's it. I hope you all enjoy our presentation. So, bye.
Galera, de novo, eu só queria agradecer também os monitores, que sem eles, realmente, a gente não ia conseguir entregar o que a gente tem agora. Eles ajudaram muito. As gerentes de logística também, que nos animaram de manhã e nos motivaram. E todo mundo, Hélio, Nilson, todos. Eu agradeço a todos. Obrigada.
Do you have any questions?
Congratulations. I really like your project. I like your logo as well. And the fact that you took a very holistic approach. You didn't just create a sensor to measure the tide and the level of water. You actually talked about and researched what is causing it, the global warming, the weather, the temperature. So I think that's really good, because there's a lot of work that can be done over there, and you can connect that with the global United Nations Development Sustainable Goals. And because that is one of the top priorities right now, is climate change. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, you guys did such a good job. I just want to say the whole space exploration aspect, I thought it was really creative. And just the way that you guys thought about the user and, you know, people who might have different disabilities, that you put in the effort to think about that. I think that was very thoughtful and caring. So good job.
Gente, parabéns. Quem vivenciou a semana intensa que a gente teve aí sabe como foi a adrenalina, choro, nervosismo, todo mundo tremendo, mas os resultados aí é muito bom. Então, Nina, Maria Luísa, Juan, João Augusto, Nery, né? João, ele acabou adoecendo, agora pela manhã não conseguiu vir, certo, gente? Mas deixou a equipe dele organizada. Pedro Vinícius, Ana Paula, Rafaela Laritza, Wendel, Antônio, acho que estão dois aqui, João Guilherme, Natália, acho que tem dois aqui, acho. Rian e Gabi. Parabéns, gente. Podem seguir aqui pelo cantinho para poder tirar a foto do grupo lá. Muito obrigado. Levem um protótipo de vocês. Pessoal, só avisando, nós vamos pegar todos os protótipos para levar para guardar, porque nós queremos dar continuidade ao projeto de vocês depois, certo? Não é para acabar aqui não. Então, a gente vai orientar vocês como fazer isso, ok? Talvez a gente não consiga pegar hoje, que são muitos, mas a gente combina com vocês para pegar na escola, ok? Então, o próximo grupo agora é o grupo 8. Vamos lá, gente. Traz o protótipo para cá. Grupo 8 vindo. Fica o certificado do seu irmão. Todos ok? Vai conectar no computador, né? Ferreira finalmente está respirando. Vamos conectar. Quer levantar um pouquinho o computador aí? Consegue? Pronto. Posso começar? Quem vai começar?
Good morning. Today we're going to talk about our project, the flooding alert, and the whole process of idealization and production. On the first day, they gave to us the problems that unfortunately are the Brazilian reality, such as flooding areas near rivers, the advance of sea level, landslides, and fires that happen in areas with hot weather and low humidity. Those problems affect many kinds of living things, from plants to animals and humans, and affect the nature. After a lot of searching and talking, our group chose the flooding on regions of near rivers. Those floods can be caused by several factors, but most of the time they're a result of rains that sometimes don't even happen on the place that is affected. First of all, there are some questions that need to be asked, so there will be a better understanding of the subject. There are, why is this a problem? Who does it affect? And is there a way to solve the problem? The problem is something very serious and necessary to be solved, since so many communities suffer with this. There are several cases of people who lost their houses and even family members.
something that is interesting to mention is how we got to the conclusion that this problem would be the one solved by us. Can you please put the next slide? Thank you. Initially, we read all the options and examples that were given to us. Then we decided to divide our group into 4 smaller groups, and each one would receive one problem. Then each of these groups, they would be responsible for researching about the problems, and they would think about solutions for them. Then they would present those problems and those solutions that they thought about, and these ideas they would be discussed. In the end, the whole team we decided that we decided that the most viable problem to be solved would be the floatings. Next slide, please. And as we just mentioned, each one would have to think about solutions, and those solutions would also be discussed so that we could choose the one that would be perfect for us to produce. And the one that was chosen was the floating alert that would function like this. Can you please put? So when the water level raised, it would notice and it would sense an alarm that would notify the community about the water level that had grown and that there would be a higher risk of floatings. So that person, the community, they would have time to evacuate to a safe place. And for the better understanding of this solution, we created a persona. We didn't make a slide for her, but her name is Miranda. She is 35 years old and she has 2 children. She used to work as a housemaid, and she used to live at a low infrastructure neighborhood that is called Bairro Bananeira, that stays in Itabuna in Bahia. This neighborhood is side by side with a river Cachoeira, and this river is characterized by having high chances of floatings throughout the year. And her husband, her husband. During one of those floods, her husband saved her and her children from the flood, but when he returned back to the house to save their belongings, he ended up being taken away by the water along with the house, leaving her at a homeless situation, having to take care of their children alone. And we believe that if our product was in operation during the time that happened, then that situation could be avoided.
An important point that was asked during the idealization of the product was whether there was already another similar in existence, and the answer is yes, but no all of them are just for floating, and very few are the simple results. Others are factors that differentiate and the novelty or product. And addition to simplicity that was already mentioned, the price is also sometimes very important to talk about, since your product begin simple, old, have low costs for the production, with would resulting in lower sales costs compared to existing owns. This matter with the price hold together with the accessibility, the whole behavior with your project, since the main public that only be helped would be the owns with low quality of life. The floating alert, as we said before, consists of a sensor commanded by an Arduino with drivers programming that gives and commanded so that when there is a discrepancy in the distance between the fold and the sensor. An alarm will be emitted that hold harm the population about the coming flood. The sensor would be standing on top, near the river, so that it would be able to know about the increase in the water level before it overflowed.
The production of floating alerts started with research and circuit sketching in Tinkercad. After that, the code necessary for the product to work was searched, configured, and tested in order to improve our product. We also used a 3D printer to make a protective cover for the Arduino. The materials used to make the floating alert sensor were the Arduino, the distance sensor, the buzzer, and also jumpers and a protoboard for testing. The next, please. Oh, okay, thank you. Our product would prevent people with lower conditions from suffering so much from the damage caused by floods, which would end up improve their living conditions. In addition, our product could end up helping in space exploration, since in the future, when it may be possible to take robots or even humans to other more distant planets or satellites, there could be the installation of floating outlets in places that could have water in solid form or on its surface, for example, so that if there was a leak of this water, either through the melting of the ice or through its cracking, the company responsible for it would be notified.
Regarding the financial issue and how much would be spent on the making of this product, it is necessary to explain the proposal to sell it. In order to make a profit, the floating alert would be presented to city halls, and if the idea was approved, searches would be done along with students from federal universities to find out about the population of the place where the sensors would be installed, and about the river that would be monitored, so that necessary modifications would be made for the perfect functioning of the product. For all this information to be acquired for the floating alert prototype to be made on time, the help of everyone on the team was necessary, which composed by Bia Ferreira, Maria Eduarda Bortoloso, Maria Alice Neri, Beatriz Ferreira, Kelvin William, Samuel Nunes, Breno Silva, Júlia Dantas, Maria Vitória Campos, Elisângela Cardoso, Maria Clara Amaral, and Melissa Macedo.
Before we thank everyone, we will show the product in action. Depois. So there will be a float on the river that there will be a normal level of water, and then when this water level raised, the buzzer would be emitted. That's it. So,
I'll just make a quick comment. I think your presentation was really impressive. I like the demo. I just wanted to specifically thank you for breaking down the prices and for all the detail that you put in the presentation. And I thought that it was really smart what you mentioned about splitting the group into 4 groups and doing research into like the 4 different categories to pick one that worked best. So good job.
Thank you.
And also, I think one important thing is that you also added all the part of the space exploration and all that, which I know it's relevant to what I talk to you guys about, but the idea of just putting something and solving a problem and thinking just outside the box and being like, oh, this could also be used for so many other things, you know, and finding new applications, that's amazing as well. Excellent job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bom, essa semana foi bem intensa, mas eu primeiro queria agradecer ao nosso grupo, porque assim, todo mundo trabalhou muito, foi extremamente unido, ninguém ficou de grupinho, todo mundo tava tipo, a gente quer ter um resultado final bom, então todo mundo tava muito empenhado. Essa daqui dormiu de quinta para sexta, 4 da manhã, fazendo o slide. Então, tipo assim, eu queria muito agradecer aos monitores também, porque eles ajudaram muito. A Eli, que ontem a gente estava levemente desesperado porque não estava fechando, e ele arranjou a solução. A Nilson também, que viu eu surtando umas 500 vezes e me ajudou. E a Lígia, obviamente, você é uma pessoa sensacional. E é isso. Obrigada. A Clara e a Elisa, obviamente, as gêmeas em ação, elas são sensacionais. Ah, e Matheus, que no CCPA teve que resolver BO meu, entendeu? Assim,
Parabéns, gente. Parabéns mesmo pelo resultado. É o que eu disse, é uma maratona e essa jornada é muito importante para vocês aprenderem. Isso aqui é a apresentação do que vocês conquistaram, mas o principal é a jornada que vocês vieram passando até chegar aqui. Vamos lá. Bia Riana. Duda. Alice. Ferreira. Elisângela. Breno Autêntico. Samuel Nunes. Kelvin. Maria Vitória. Melissa. Maria Clara. E Júlia Dantas. Parabéns, gente. Podem seguir aqui pelo cantinho para poder ir lá tirar foto de vocês. Grupo 2. Vamos lá. Pega o projeto, vocês, viu? Cuidado com a água aí. Cuidado com a água. Lembra que esse projeto tem que continuar funcionando aí para a gente levar. Vamos lá, grupo 2. Grupo 2 tem um dos maiores líderes da história da humanidade. Faz favor, Guilherme. Aqui, ó. Todos prontos? Ó, só fiquem atentos para não ficarem na frente da data show na hora de apresentar para todo mundo ver, certo? Gente, só explicando. A gente no começo teve um probleminha com o data show porque estava muito claro o ambiente aqui. O auditório é sensacional, o espaço é muito bom. Só que a gente não estava preparado para a quantidade de luz. Então a gente precisou fazer uma adaptaçãozinha, por isso que demorou um pouquinho para começar, certo? Mas... e quando vocês forem falando, olhem para a lista e digam que pode passar ou não, para poder saber. Quem começa? Arlen? Oh, tá vindo aí. Pronto, meu jovem, está com você.
Hi everyone. Today we are going to present our product that is called Firebox.
So I'm going to talk about the challenge and pode passar. And the challenge we received, we were given the challenge of monitoring of areas of risk, of communities of areas of risks, with the objective of minimizing natural disasters and helping space exploration. Pode passar. From the challenge we received, research information about burn in areas of high temperatures and low humidity, like in California and Australia. In Brazil, the most affected biome is Cerrado.
persona. With that, we created a persona named Marcos Santos, who lives in Brazilian Cerrado in Minas Gerais. He's a farmer who produces food for himself and his family and sells their sales. His worries about the fires that are increasing in the region are they could destroy his source of income, home, and food. We tried to understand the living conditions of Marcos and people like him. Also, we searched for products that aimed to solve the same problem to build a differential.
So the main problem is the fires. So how do we locate them and how to warn the people about it? So to answer that, we created a box that contains a smoke sensor, humidity and air temperature sensors in order to identify the fires. So each one of these boxes has a solar panel to power the circuit, and they connect using radio wave transmission, and also they are spread over a big area to cover as much ground as possible. So when the sensor identifies that there is fire, they turn it on the LED and the buzzer to notify the closer community. And also they send a message to the firefighters via SMS. So we have also an app that gather all this information and create a map with the fire zones to the user, and the firefighters see and can see the details. Also, the app can be used to the user connect their boxes with the app and turn it off in case they need to burn to prepare the ground, because some farmers do this.
Other products available on the market that we found work via satellite. Ours work with and is therefore cheaper. Besides, our product notifies firefighter without the need for internet by sending an SMS directly through Arduino. In the production process, we use the brainstorm method, is posted in which everyone wrote down the ideas and divided the groups for each on the save on team. Search building the prototype circles and slide. The social impact of your project will be beyond family farms, mainly because the people who you use the fire alert are located in rural areas.
I'm going to talk about the impact on spatial exploration. Our project can help with space exploration by notifying any fire that may occur in a human colonization on other planets such as Mars. It is important to quickly identify the fires to fight it, as the fire could reach our food sources and essential equipment survival. So it is the team, and thank you for listening. Arlen, Júlia, Guilherme, Clarice Monteiro, Matheus, Letícia, Beatriz, João Manuel, Eric, Rafael, Luiz Fernando e Arthur Cunha.
Thank you. So now we will demonstrate how the box works. So When it identifies the fire, it turns on the LED and the buzzer, so to notify the community. That's your product. Thank you.
Por último, eu queria agradecer a equipe a equipe também, porque foi uma semana muito desgastante também. A gente corria para um lado, chamava o monitor. Queria agradecer também a Lígia, porque ela deu um suporte muito grande a gente. Ana Letícia, não sei se ela está aqui. Vitor, André, porque foi o nosso... não sei explicar. Mas ele deu uma leveza, né? Brincando no intervalo. E a Nai, também não sei se ela está aí, mas o papel dela também foi muito importante para a gente. E é isso. Luan, mas ele não está aqui. Mas valeu, Luan.
Parabéns, gente. Parabéns pelo resultado. Todos eles tiveram vários monitores acompanhando e foi essencial. Vou só deixar agora o pessoal perguntar aqui, certo?
I really liked your project, and I liked how you did stay with the character and looked at it from a point of view from a person's life. And you made a statement about how there was an increase in forest fires in the last 15 years. As an extension to this project, if any one of you ever consider doing this later on in university or in higher studies, it might be very interesting to look into the data of how has the human use of electronics and telecommunication impacted the increase of forest fires. So you are actually measuring temperature and humidity. So an extension could possibly be to look at the electromagnetic spectrum and to see how that is affecting the increase in forest fires. But you guys did a great job and a very holistic project. Thank you for sharing.
Gente, incrível o projeto de vocês. Acompanhei bastante, né, a produção. A gente ficava ali conversando, né? Vocês o tempo todo perguntando o que podia melhorar, o que podia melhorar. Então, eu quero agradecer todo o engajamento e envolvimento de vocês. Sou mera aprendente aqui hoje. Parabéns.
Bom, gente, vamos lá. Parabéns, equipe. Acho que agora dá para respirar um pouquinho, né? Arlen. Júlia Mel. Nosso maior líder de todos os tempos. Guilherme Cordeiro Mota. Clarice Monteiro. Matheus Mendonça. Letícia de Jesus. Beatriz Nicole. João Emanuel. Eric Schuster. Rafael Nobre. Luiz Fernando. E Arthur Cunha. Parabéns, gente. Parabéns mesmo. Podem sair por aqui para ir lá, porque não vão tirar foto com a equipe. Muito obrigado. Leve o protótipo de vocês, lembrem, viu? Já vamos fazer o seguinte para ficar mais fácil. Vamos definir aqui, ó, líderes das equipes. Vocês vão fazer a mesma coisa que vocês fizeram hoje. Vocês vão levar o protótipo para casa e quando for na segunda, vocês vão levar para a escola para ficar lá, certo? Porque nós vamos dar continuidade a esses projetos. A gente vai continuar a pesquisa aí, vai ser um projeto que vai se estender aí, para a gente, quem sabe, ter resultados em revistas e tudo mais aí para vocês. Artigos com o nome de vocês aí, quem sabe, né? Beleza, gente? Então, grupo 6 agora, por gentileza. Let's go. Gente, lembre se tiveram um som, alguma coisa do tipo, de colocar o microfone perto, viu? Só não encoste direto, mas se tiver algum som, se aproxima para poder ouvir melhor. Todos prontos? Beleza? Podemos começar? Então, é com vocês.
Hi everyone, good morning. So I'm Marina and we are the group 6 and today we are going to show you our project. So the name of the project is Landslide Early Warning System and the challenge is monitor of communities in areas of risk with the objective is minimize disasters and helping in space exploration. So the problem we are choosing was landslide, and I gonna talk about dates. So according to EBGE date, 8.2 billion people live in Brazil at risk of landslides. In addition, almost 4,000 people have died as a result of landslides in Brazil in recent decades. So, this case examples of cases it's heavy rains and constructions on mountains and rills and irregular disposal of garbage and other waste. So consequence, it's examples: soil scares, felling trees, death of animals, and flooding, and loss of life, and others.
Hello, my name is Anna. So I'll talk about a little bit of the research. After a series of analysis of the dams, we came up with this challenge because it affects a large number of people in the world. So it's the one that generates the most impact and covers part on the northern dams. We took a small vote and unanimously chose the problem. After several research and studies, we adapted the best solution to save your problem. So I'm talk a little bit about our persona. His name is Lucas. He has 33 years old. The gender is male. The finance he has is 2 minimum wages. And he's living in Alto da Serra, Petrópolis, Rio de Janeiro. The work is metal builder. And someone curious about him is he had 2 children, aged 8 and 14, who unfortunately died in the last landslide that took place in Petrópolis and hit a school. So today he lives with his wife and constant alert for the fear and will happen again and he'll lose their lives.
Hello, I will talk about the solution. And if our product we objectify predicting slippage. For this, we will use 2 types of sensors. The LDR sensor, which will simulate the movement of the earth, and the humidity sensor, which will capture the amount of water in the soil in 3 levels. That will be represented by 3 different color LEDs.
Now that we covered up and we talked about the research, the problem, and the persona, we're gonna talk about what is new. Well, LEOS will be something accessible to communities and all those victims. The solution to the problems relies on precise mathematical calculations and analysis of other factors causing landslides. In addition, LEOS is much more accessible than other solutions already invented. LEOS is also connected to an Apple that will be send information in the same time to the alarms installed by each street. Okay. So, this is the application interface.
right on the home screen, we have the alert option, which is the part connected with the Bluetooth, and the forecast part. Here shows in more details information about Petropolis.
Before we talk about the prototype, we actually have to talk about the main idea and the final idea. The final idea was in the first stage would be a kind of pyramid that inside of it would have the two types of sensors: a humidity ground sensor, a moisture sensor, and a sensor to read the soil moving. And it would be placed in place because these places are in a risky places, so nobody can go there to place it. So how is it is not heavy? We put it by drone, and it would be the electric energy would be provided by solar panels in the structure, and it would send the information that he got by 5G or radio to a database that would have a AI with machine learning skills to take the data and using a formula to create a result that can, with 1 week earlier, knows that for sure that it could or not have a landslide. And after the result, it would send back to the app the sirens in the community. And for deaf people, we built this LED thing to is talk about the probability that the landslide, because the deaf people wouldn't hear the siren if they're alone. And that's it.
Impacts. Social impacts. Preserving the lives of people in the communities most affected by the problem, and planning so that the landslide occurs with a less impact. Definition. The technological components is not very accessible, but it's because we are a small company, and through the partnership, the cost will be lower. Since the need of installing alarms and sensors in public places, we joined first with the city of Petropolis to purchase this product and the safety of its residents. The product would cost $111 per street, with an extra fee of $4 for hearing impaired the light alarm. Space exploration is adaptation of Lewis in other planets.
Now,
so now we're going to show how it really works with our prototype.
And in the prototype, we couldn't made it separate, so it's one. All the parts are on. So here have the moisture sensor, and here we have to use an LDR because we didn't have the sensor that we needed. And how it is all connected, we're gonna show to you how it would work. It only wanna beep when don't have any light here, and the soil is with water. Here is when it's dry, and they don't have light. Now it's have light, and the water. And while here we can demonstrate, but we have an AI doing this. And this is the prototype.
this way, we finish our project, and I hope you enjoy it. We are the Team 6, and we're composed by Letícia, Ana Patrícia, Guilherme, Joaquim, Danilo, Lariu, Ciro, Angeline, João Pedro, Lueli, Maria Luísa, Marina Pise e Maria Cecília. Antes de finalizar tudo, eu queria agradecer muito aos monitores, porque ontem foi um caos para a gente terminar esse projeto. Agradecer a Lígia, a Nilson, que mesmo do outro colégio, ele ajudou muito a gente, a André, Beatriz, a Ana Letícia, o Edna, Mariana, enfim. I hope you enjoy it.
Very, very, very good job. You guys did a very thorough job. And I liked that you not only measured the water, but also the earth movement, which is also something that's significant in the landslides. What was I going to say? And the cost effectiveness. And I also liked how you guys looked at the research available and what research gaps were there. So really good job. Thank you.
I just have a quick question, but first I want to say really good job. I was really impressed. I also specifically like that you considered people, for example, deaf people who might otherwise not be able to see the buzzer and accommodate them as well. I just have a quick question. So in a previous slide, you mentioned that you are testing the humidity levels of the 3 soil layers. How far down into the earth does your project have, or does your sensor have to go in order to test the bottom layer?
It will be like 3 meters down the soil, and this we did with this sensor we used. It was LDR, that it is a light sensor, but in the real project it would be the sensor of the earth movement, the soil movement.
Thank you.
This LDR is adaptation with the protapter.
Yeah. Great job, guys. I liked all the details of the research and just how you thought about all the different scenarios. I also thought it was really interesting that you guys looked into AI learning so that it can get smarter as time progresses. And one thing that I saw, you guys want to put it in every street.
The alarm.
Okay, so the
sound
alarm. So the product is gonna be in one place, or just the alarm's gonna be in multiple different streets, or?
Okay, so yeah, the sensor would be in the yeah, the sensor would be in one fixed place that would cap the information and send to the alarms. The alarms, the sound alarm would be like each one in the street, and the light alarm would be just in the house of deaf people.
Oh, okay, awesome. And then for people to, when they see the alarm going off, people will be able to see what to do with the map on the app?
Yeah, would put that with the Bluetooth, the person would see how things are going, and the website that would be, and we also would call the bombeiros, fire department to help them, and yeah.
Oh, awesome. Great job, guys. Very thorough.
Parabéns à equipe pelo resultado. Lembrando aos líderes que vocês ficaram responsáveis até segunda-feira pelos experimentos, entregar eles inteiros e funcionando nas escolas para que a gente possa dar continuidade depois, certo? Então, Letícia Barbosa. Ana Patrícia. Guilherme Campos. Joaquim Hernani. Danilo Barbosa. Lara Yu. Ciro Brandão. Angeline. João Pedro. Lueli. Maria Luísa. Marina. E ela, Cecília. Gente, é o seguinte, vocês podem seguir lá para o fundo para tirar foto. E agora, como os 6 grupos iniciais se apresentaram, como é que vai fazer? Deixa eu só explicar para a galera que está em casa também. Nós vamos fazer uma pausazinha de 10 minutos para a troca das equipes. Ninguém sai ainda, gente, vai sair todo mundo organizado. Só para que os grupos que estão aqui, eles saiam para fazer a tarefa surpresa lá, e os grupos que estão lá entrem para poder se preparar para a apresentação, certo? Então, meu DJ aqui, Hélio, vai colocar uma imagenzinha na tela para quem está em casa, só para ficar aguardando um pouquinho, enquanto a gente troca os grupos aqui, porque esses que estão aqui agora farão uma tarefa surpresa lá fora, e os que estão lá fora, que já fizeram a tarefa, vão entrar aqui para apresentar, ok? Então, uma pausazinha de 10 minutos, eu vou organizar a saída dos grupos aqui. Pode mandar, Hélio. Vamos lá, gente. Só para entender como é que vai ser a saída aqui, vamos organizar. Gente, vamos retomar então as apresentações. O grupo está se organizando aqui. Hélio, estamos online? Estamos ao vivo? Bom, bem-vindos de volta. Vamos retomar aqui as apresentações. Quem vai começar? Só dar um avisozinho. Bom, vamos iniciar então. Vou passar para o grupo. E só explicando, porque vocês estavam lá fora, a dinâmica é mais ou menos a do ano passado. Vocês vão falar, e depois os convidados vão fazer algum comentário, e aí a gente entrega os certificados. Só que dessa vez, gente, ó, só atenção um minutinho. Quando vocês terminarem de falar que receberam o certificado, vocês vão sair pelo cantinho aqui e vão lá para o fundo para bater uma foto lá no fundo com os certificados. Aí o outro grupo já vem para apresentar, certo? Só me deem um ok de que o protótipo está pronto aí para a gente poder começar. Tudo tranquilo? E lembrem de avisar que nossa DJ dos slides aqui, que é Lígia, precisa saber quando é que é para passar os slides, viu? Aí vocês avisam ela aqui. Valeu? Tudo certinho aí? Ok? Podemos? Então vamos lá. Palmas para o grupo. Yasmin?
So, good morning. We are the group 10, and we're going to be presenting Being Secure.
So, our challenge was monitoring communities in risk areas with the aim of minimizing disaster and assisting in space exploration. So, then we chose the landslide. Why? Because we noticed that it affects poor communities and we want to help these people. You know, you can notice here that there are a lot of deaths in those years, so we wanted to avoid that.
But the main issue was how to get to these people and avoid their deaths. So we got a solution. Being Seeker, it's a product that can anticipate landslides and warn these communities to save their to give time for a runaway and save their lives.
So, but how does it work? Here we have our sensors that will measure the humidity, the hillside slope, and its movimentation, and we'll also measure the velocity that this movimentation happens. Also, we'll alert these people by the dolphin and our app. So, explaining more about our product. Here we have the humidity sensor here. And also we have the accelerometer here. The humidity sensor will show the level of humidity on the floor, because you know the rain is one of the main causes of landslides. So these both sensors will send the data to our dolphin. What's our dolphin? It's our way to alert these people. It's a box with 3 lights and a speaker. So this box will be on strategic regions on the community. So people can be like in the street, in their houses, and hear the alarm and like run away. So here it is. We have 3 lights and they will show the level of humidity. So here we have green for like secure, it's okay. But then we put a little water, and like when there is like really much water, it light up the red and the speaker sounds. Also, there is the yellow for the medium risk, but I guess the light is. But here is the sound. Okay, we also have our accelerometer that will show the slope of the landslide and also the movimentation and the velocity that we will helping. This would be together with the humidity sensor, but our Arduino didn't have more gates, so we had to do it separated. This light is just here so you can see it's working. So, passa aí.
And this is the dolphin that would be like our design to the real product. And here is our prototype.
So we still have an app that can alarm even more to people, inform them about what is happening in their area. So we have basically 4 screens. The login section where you're gonna put your name and your address so you can see what is happening in your area, and the risk. So the main page is about the risk, that is gonna be the green, yellow, and red, as well as in the dolphin one. And we're gonna have even more information with the data, that is gonna be a button that you can open another page that is going to have all everything that the sensor is capturing is going to be there. And even we're going to have the weather about the time of year. So it's even more secure about if it's going to be have a landslide or not. So what's different about our project? We have transparency. We noticed that most of the sensors that already exist is government, is for the government. So the data is just for the government. So we need to show to people what is actually happening, so we can avoid their deaths, because they're gonna know what is happening. And still, even with the app and the dolphin, we're going to have like advertisers, so we can show them what is happening, why is there a sensor in their community. With the radio, that is a big thing in these communities, and television, open television, and even schools, so we can show to everyone in the community what is happening, so they can be even more safe. Another thing is agility, so we are faster. Normally, when the government alert these communities about the risk, it's already too soon to make them move away. So we want to do this earlier so we can save even more lives. And the cost. Obviously, the sensors that already exist, they're really, really, really expensive. So we needed to we needed to reduce the cost, so it's gonna be available for even more communities. And another thing is space exploration. What is related about our product and space exploration? Basically, in another planets, we still have landslides, like on Mars. We noticed that even if it's the same thing, it's not quite the same. Like the intensity, the velocity is just not the same. So we wanted to be sure what is happening on these other planets before we go to explore, so we don't have any losses, human losses or material losses. So this is our team, and this is the product. Do you have any questions for us?
So I don't have a question. I just have a quick comment. But I just want to say, I thought that your group was really impressive, and specifically the accelerometer. I know like other teams have also mentioned moisture detection and things like that. But I think like just actually studying the slope itself seems like a really useful metric in determining if a landslide is going to occur. So just want to point that out.
Thank you.
Same for me. So not a question, but a quick comment. I like the fact that you guys thought about educating the community as well, in terms of educating why you guys are doing this. I think that's very important, and for them to understand like what everything means on the app, and also the thought that you guys put into designing the app, what it would look like, what it would show on the app. I thought that was very impressive. Good job.
Thank you.
I also think I want to say congratulations for all your effort and everything you put together. The accelerometers and everything that you did to actually measure different things is impressive. It's great. And also, you're really grasping now the understanding of the community and what is needed there. Exactly, like how to get to the people, and the transparency that you added there. I think that's pretty good. Awesome job. Good job.
Thank you. A gente só queria agradecer rapidinho a todos os monitores que nos ajudaram pra caramba nesse projeto. Sem os monitores, Nilson, Léo, não teria sido possível a gente construir tudo isso daqui. Então, muito, muito obrigada às pessoas que estavam organizando a escola também. Muito obrigada, meninas. Então, é isso. Obrigada.
Um minutinho antes. Eu gostaria de agradecer a tio Eli, a tio Israel, a tia Bia, a tia Lu, que nos ajudaram muito também. Né, que foram os melhores monitores, sem querer, né, desprezar os outros, mas eles foram incríveis. Muito obrigado mesmo.
Oi, voltou. Bom, gente, vamos lá. Então, nós vamos agora premiar a equipe, premiar não, né? Porque isso não é simplesmente um prêmio. Vocês conquistaram ao longo da semana o direito de ter esse certificado com todo o mérito. E nós vamos chamar aqui agora, eles vão pegar o certificado e vão lá para o fundo para fazer a foto, certo? Saem por aqui pelo cantinho. Pode ser.
Essa semana foi muito intensa. Eu tô bem nervosa, mas assim, eu só queria dizer que pela minha primeira experiência foi muito interessante. It was amazing to meet all of you guys. Foi muito interessante de conhecer todo mundo aqui e parabéns para todo mundo que foi envolvido. É isso.
Anitta. Parabéns. Yasmin, a gente vai tirar foto lá no fundo depois. Okay. Yasmin. Podem vir pegando e já se juntando aí, que a gente vai tirar foto junto lá no final, no fundo. Agnes. Mais calma. Maria Luísa. Rian. David. Giovana. Romero. Ian César. Tiago Alves. Isaac. E aquele que fala pouco e quase não tem nada a dizer, Igor Max. Eu disse que é o melhor pro final, né? Tá bom. Vai lá, Igor. Gente, podem ir lá pelo fundo aqui para poder fazer a foto de vocês lá, certo? Muito obrigado. Quem é o próximo, Maia?
Grupo 5.
Grupo 5, já pode vir para cá com seu projeto. Podem trazer para cá, cuidado para não tropeçar. Vinícius, você comanda aí. O deles é bem pequenininho, o projeto deles, então está dando um pouco mais de trabalho para vir. Arley aí, ó, o resultado do sua oficina de marcenaria aí, ó. Cadê Vinícius? Oh, você que vai dizer aí, quando tiver o quê, viu? Todos prontos? Ah, ok, certo. Eles estão só ajustando porque essa turma vai fazer uma apresentação um pouco diferente. Então, vamos aguardar só eles finalizarem a organização. Ok, Vinícius? Vocês precisam de 2 microfones para fazer ou só um? Cadê o outro microfone? Que aí vocês revezam aqui. Oi, pronto. Tudo ok? Pronto, quem começa? Entrando no cenário. Vamos lá.
On a very rainy day.
Good morning, dear.
Good morning. Where are you going?
Oh, I'm going to my mother's house.
Aren't you going to have breakfast?
No, I'm going to have breakfast there. Do you want to go?
I can't because I have to clean the house today.
Okay, bye. Pronto. What's happening?
Sure.
Não precisa falar.
House. House floating. That's the house floating. Pode passar.
Well, unfortunately, the reality of Pedro and his family is not only of them, but from a lot of Brazilian, and not only Brazil, but in the whole world. So in this marathon, our challenge was to help with monitoring skills and risk areas. Why do you choose this focus? The flood is in regions near rivers. It's a big problem for riverside community that is actually some poor, very poor, and most of them don't have time, don't have resources enough to rebuild themselves after the flooding. Only in last year, 4 billion reais were spent after floodings in the beginning of this year, in 2022, overpowering flooding in the interior of Bahia took 27 lives and leave 30,000 people homeless.
As basis for our project, we researched the main cause of the floods, and we discovered that they are being heavy rains, impermeable soils, disposal and incorrect disposal of garbage, inefficient drainage, and incorrect occupation of the soil. Flooding leads to the loss of lives, materials, furniture, appliances, as well as spreading disease and vectors. We also realized that all existing monitoring systems, even if they can predict when there will be floods, are inefficient in bringing this information to the population of the region, a problem that we had to solve. This data collected during the research, together with the awareness of the impact of these tragedies on people's lives, led us to work on efficient monitoring for this problem, trying to avoid as much as possible that major disaster to occur.
Well, earlier you saw Pedro's and his woman life. Pedro is a 32 years old man that is a fisherman and live in a riverside community called Louisiana, no Piauí. He and his wife, it's 30 years old. She's blind and it's pregnant. So many times, in the case of the flooding, she couldn't see it coming. So with our project, we're thinking somehow that we can help her.
So our solution was based in 3 parameters.
Well, the first one is the pluviometer, the river quantity. The second one was the river level, and the third one was the water flows. So thinking of that, the materials we used in our project we built this beautiful thing here. So what we think for that is when the river's level get up too fast or the rain is really strong, it will emit an alarm, like a red alarm, so the community can know when the flooding will occur. Also, we are thinking to build an interconnected system of sirens and lights. So, for example, when our project detected that the water is increasing, it will spread all the alarm through strategically located lights and sound alarms. So thinking of that, we used 3 sensors to think of that. The weight sensor, distance sensor, and a flow sensor. So, and the calculations that we are based on are this. This first one is peaking formula. The second one is Kirpit formula. They are based on, for example, the slope, the decline of the land, and the how big it is this land. And this form calculates how much land will be underwater. And the second one was an equation that we developed, and is for through the weight sensor, we can calculate how much is the raining at that moment.
As a differential, in addition to our product not relying on the internet, it's also accessible to visually and hearing impaired, since it has audible and luminous sensors. Other than that, when we install the system, we will also distribute pamphlets that teach how the alert works. We have the pamphlets here, but I just don't know with who it is. I don't know if you can see, but oh, okay. Oh, okay, okay, nice. So you have the pamphlets there. And what should be okay? The pamphlets will teach how to deal with the disasters, like what to do and how the alerts works. And we will also talk directly to the population about this, getting information to them, like in community lunch and those things. We'll go to the community and we'll talk directly to them.
I have talked a little about this already. So our product was made of like wood. We use a sensor of distance. We are planning use a sensor of weight, but unfortunately it haven't been that. Yeah. So we substitute for a button to represent that. And this was working until yesterday when the project drops. So unfortunately, yeah, but it can work one day. So yeah, and our division was like one group was responsible for build the project itself. The other was responsible to create the code and the circuits, and the other was responsible to think the new ideas that we would put in practice. Yeah.
Now we're gonna show a little bit of how it works.
Okay, so we have here in the side the luminous system and the sound system, and we have a button that will represent the level of the rain. If it's raining a lot, it's like if the button is holded. So just a minute. We have this thing that will float when the water comes, and it's getting high. So okay, if it's not raining, the button is not pressed. Yeah, it's a noisy sound.
But I think you got the idea. Okay.
the water is getting high, 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 so the system will alert the people. And if it's raining, can you do it again? Even if the level of the river is low, if it's raining a lot, it will show the middle alarm. And if the river starts to go up, it will show the red alarm directly. Okay, and other things that obviously that's so annoying. So if the river starts going up and goes to the middle alarm, it not sounds all the time. It's like sounds 1 minute, 2 minutes, and stop for a little longer. So it will just alarm again if the river stays in the level of middle alarm, or if it gets higher. So it go to the high alarm.
So, what is the social and the financial impact of our project? Well, I think the coolest thing we thought is that there are already a lot of projects that can measure and predict when a flood will occur. However, the big fail of them is because this information don't come to the community. So that we created this flyers, these little flyers. So, and we are thinking to go to the community before we install it, like study the local and talk about the population. So we can tell us, oh, what do you have to do when the flood occurs? And and we thought this for a community who have no internet access. So they're not based on internet, and it's just a sound and visual alarm. So with that, we can decrease the material loss and can increase the safety of the community. Passa.
Finale. Okay. As we know, according to current news, space exploration, IM is detecting water on Mars and even more remote places in space is an essential element to life. With the scientific communicators who are seeing the space sector for the confirmation of life on other planets, it is of great importance to take into account how essential is the action and awareness of humans, space care, people, children, and teenagers in projects like this, dealing with real problems in the world in which we live, seeing solutions for both Earth and space. Basically, we would change the prototype approach sensor for a story master sensor, the aggregate in future space missions in the detection of the water on other planets, serving as a bridge to evidence of the existence of life or current environment. Thanks so much.
Well, here we have our group. I want to make a special thanks for our 30th player on this project, amazing project, that's Shazia. She's an amazing person and helped us a lot. Eu também quero agradecer agora aos brasileiros, né, nossos monitores maravilhosos. Melanie e Lobo, que ficaram com a gente. Também Feitosa, que ajudou bastante na parte de de código. E Zambon, que está animando todo mundo desde o início dessa maratona, né? Vamos concordar. So, with this, guys, thank you. Pode passar aí.
Just a second. We have the last part of the theater.
Now, with our system.
Quick comment again. I just wanted to say this is really impressive. I remember looking at the equations on your board, so thank you again for including math. We all like math. I also really like the flyers. I think they're super cute, and I think that they would be really useful in conveying information in a very succinct way to the citizens that this will affect. And yeah, essentially, very good job. Yeah, and I think Shazia is proud.
Okay. Thanks.
Pessoal, queria agradecer a criatividade de vocês do início ao fim, né? A resiliência de vocês também. Então, começou-se com um projeto, depois mudou, depois faz, depois volta. E o jeito, né, que vocês utilizaram para fazer a apresentação do produto. E vocês se preocuparam com todas as pontas assim do projeto. Eu achei incrível. Parabéns.
Very, very impressed and incredible amount of work that you did. And we're just talking about like how you only had a couple of days to do all this. So everything that you did is just incredible. I think you covered all the bases. I don't know if I can find any other way to do it better. Information, project, everybody was involved, and also you made us laugh a little bit with your little skit, which is incredible. And to finalize with like adding the ideas to how this can evolve into something bigger, just very, very impressed. Great job.
I am so proud of you guys. You guys came up, the product looks amazing. Thank you so much for letting me be part of the process. I think in this whole week, you guys have already grown so much to see you from the beginning of the project, the number of meltdowns that we had, and how, you took all of the suggestions, and I love seeing that you actually incorporated all of the suggestions. So I am so proud of you. Extremely thorough. You took into account the scientific, the community, the space exploration, and you're going to make me cry with you tearing up like that. So very good job, not only scientifically, not only collaborating, but I think individually, each one of you, I was so impressed with the way you organized yourselves. You really didn't need anybody to organize you, and thank you for allowing me to make some suggestions. So very proud of you. Good job.
My dear, I'm going to my mother's house, okay?
Sure, I'll be right here.
Okay. Oh my God, starting to flood. Did you hear the alarm?
Yes, I did. We have to go now.
Okay.
Gente, parabéns. Eu vou chamar agora de um por um para receber o certificado. Vocês vão tirar foto lá no fundo, certo? Que a iluminação lá tá bem legal. Vinícius. Luísa. Vitor Soares. Mariana Matos, nossa tradutora oficial. Isabel. Valéria. Isabelle. Arthur Coutinho. André. Júlia Vitória. Vitor Diogo. E Maria Beatriz. Parabéns à equipe. Podem ir lá para o fundo agora para tirar foto, podem. Parabéns. Maia, qual o próximo?
Próximo, grupo 9.
Grupo 9, por gentileza, já vem por aqui, ó. Toma o último gole d'água, pega o material devagarzinho. Líderes. Cuidado para não tropeçar com o experimento na mão, chegaram tão perto, agora tá quase lá. Cuidado. Pessoal que apresentou agora, leva o certificado lá para bater a foto no fundo. Pode levar o certificado, gente. Prontos? Posso? Só verifiquem se está tudo ok. Vamos lá.
Hello everyone, good morning. My name is Manu and we are from Team 9 and we will present our solution to the challenge proposed by the Innovation Marathon for the Good to 2022.
So, what is our challenge? Is to solving the monitoring of communities in flood risk areas with the object of minimizing disasters and help the space exploration. Becomes a session for advancing and improvement the quality lives of those communities.
So the cause of a project, the primarily natural phenomena being caused especially by major rainfall. However, the occupation of natural space and its transformation by anthropic action cause an increase in the intensity of floods. Floods generate several consequences, mainly high human and economic losses, and a high number of homeless or displaced people.
Knowing what is a flood, we chose this problem based on data. In a statement given by the victim to UNA, she said, "I thought drought is the most common natural disaster here, especially in Northeast. But floods are the most devastating because they bring with them windstorms and landslide. 1 in 3 tragedies in Brazil is in this category. There were not 10,000 official records between 1991 and 2010. Another one, based on data given by CNA, the number of deaths caused by floods in this year is the highest in the last 10 years and corresponds to 27% of all victims recorded in this period. And this information extracted from the database shows between 2000 and 2015, up to 86 million additional people reside in areas exposed as floods globally, representing in a 24% increase in the proportion of population to floods. So with this information, we choose about floods because it's a global problem and very common.
So to our prototype, why we choose this problem? Oh, no. How we solved this issue. So to our prototype, we have 4 phases. The first one is preliminary analysis system. So we analyzed the environment for 3 months. In this period, we see the seasons changing and obtaining data. So the artificial intelligence and learning machine will use the information to select the area, course volume, and how it behaves this period.
So the prototype, it's a cylinder, not that exactly, because we was trying to do it with the 3D compressor, but we have a problem with it, and now is the path. Yeah. Actually, the cylinder having it floater, and the cylinder have some holes in it, and the lower part that's for the water to go in, and the level to level the level of the water in the river with the water in it. In the upper part of the cylinder, we have a sensor. ultrasonic sensor that measure how to measure the rise of the sensor of the floater, and then by it to measure how high is the level of the water. Uh, it is fixed in the river by this base that is actually in the ground, the soil of the river, and it's fixed by some metal, like, como é que- a stick of metal, like big stick of metal, that helps it to stay like 90 degrees. 90 degrees, yes. Also have anchor to, the anchor is like right there and forms a right triangle with the cylinder to keep it in the right position, so the floater will not be so the level of the water will not rise too much and too low by the angle that it is. So the pressure, the measure will be accurate.
Soil moisture sensors make a relative because the moisture by comparing the case with the soil resistance, while dry soil is a poor resistance conductor of electricity to get a better fluid reaction.
So finally, we have an information capture system. With all the information acquired, we will send all of it to the learning machine. It's a machine that you can teach it how to do something or show what is something. For example, you show for the machine many photos of animals or objects. Then it will analyze the things in the photos so that you will learn what is that. With this, we will have more accurate information such as the time and intensity of the fluid, in addition to reduce the number of false positives. As it is a system that increasingly becomes specific, accuracy and independence of external monitoring.
So when the humidity sensor detects humidity and the level of the floater does not go up, there's not a rise there, it's just raining and there's anything happening. And when the floater is going up and the sensor does not detect anything, it's an error. There's any fluid happening, and what? That's another error. That's not right. It's not having anything that's dangerous for the village or the city or anything. But if it, they too say that it's going a little. If the humidity sensor is detecting water and the floater goes up, really up, then it's having a fluid.
Fale que aqui tem a distância do negócio. Mostra ali. There's in the serial monitor has the moisture that can see, right, because it's a little pixelated, but has the moisture, the distance, the humidity that the soil moisture sensor are catching, and it have danger. Is the level of water if high or lower? Is have danger or not?
So, about our persona, his name is João Santos, a 57 years old man who um, who ended up losing his mother because of the flooding, and he lives in Itabina, São Paulo. So in the city, they are having a more flooding frequently. So he want to move this region, but he can't because he don't have support and financial conditions. So how our company can help him with this product? Uh, they, he will have a early harmony system controlled by a database that will indicate the occurrence of these waves and destructors. So this will minimize the impacts.
So using our prototype, their lives will be much safer because they will know that it's a flood common. So they will just leave the area secretly and with not much damage. That minimize the impact. Looking in the exploration the space vision, we can use it to analyze the going without going to the planet or the moon, without going to that place in the space. We don't need to go there to analyze. We will have just to go there to put the prototype. After it's in there, we will just need to analyze the data because we will know like the level of the lake or the river, anything. We can also adapt because in the prototype the energy that it's going to the ultrasound sensor, it's from the city, but in the real product it would be it's a propeller that will be generating the energy by the water. So the generator that's with the propeller will create the energy that the sensor needs. In the space product, it would be like, could be, if it's not a river, it's the water is just not moving to generate the movement that's necessary. You can use solar panels or even the energy of the wind if it's a planet that don't have there's much gases there and much the wind is really movemented and it's moving. You can use it to generate energy in planets that it's hard to it's far away from the sun or something like that.
So, thank you for our attention and the support of all the team, the monitors, especialmente você, Riquelme, a gente sabe, você sabe que a gente ama, Jacques também, todo mundo aqui que auxiliou, Nilson, Eli, also the amazing logistic managers, Elise e Clara, and obviously the inviters. This just could be real with us. E, assim, obviamente a gente também, que assim, tudo foi possível por causa foi uma construção de todo mundo junto. Desde ele quebrando a cabeça, noites virando para fazer isso, desde vocês virem para cá. Enfim, I hope you enjoyed our presentation. We are either your reviews on our watch. Thank you.
Oi, time, tudo bem? Queria fazer um elogio para vocês, tá? A gente, durante as passadas aí nos times, eu vi o quanto vocês também se esforçaram, né? O quanto foi tudo intenso. Ah, largo tudo, não volto. Volto sim, volto não. E o grupo bombando no WhatsApp, mandando mensagem, né? Assim, uma maratona mesmo. Então, muito parabéns por todo o esforço de vocês, tá?
Obrigada. Thank you.
I really like all of the research that you guys did and how you've really connected this not only to the community here, but you actually thought about a lot of detail about space exploration and how this could generate energy to run itself on different planets. So you put thought into the conditions of the different planets with the varying distances from the sun. And the different levels. So very, very impressive, very impressed with you guys and the team and how you even presented. Your presentation was very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Parabéns, gente. Vou fazer só um pedidozinho para vocês. Eu vou entregar os certificados e na hora de descer lá para o fundo, vocês só dão uma adiantadazinha para a gente poder conseguir fazer a foto, certo? Rapidinho. Cuidado só para não tropeçar, mas rapidinho para a gente conseguir. Eduarda Maria. Manuela Prata. Enzo. Lucas. Pedro. Letícia. Letícia. Davi. Enzo Lima. Arthur. Guilherme. E Lorena. Parabéns, grupo. Meus parabéns. Podem agora só ir lá fundo para poder fazer a foto com todo mundo. Leve o protótipo. Lembrando aos líderes que os protótipos ficarão sob a responsabilidade de vocês até a segunda, certo? Na segunda vocês levam para a escola. Eu não vou estar lá, mas vocês podem procurar a coordenação, deixar lá, que a gente vai organizando para dar continuidade ao projeto, para não encerrar por aqui, certo? Beleza? Cuidado. Maia.
Equipe 1 já pode subir ao palco.
Equipe 1, por gentileza. Vamos lá, galerinha, para tirar foto lá no fundo. Vamos lá, gente. Rapidinho. Vamos, galera, vamos, galera. Cuidado. Cadê o protótipo? Ah, tá. Tava lá fora, né? Todos ok? Vamos precisar de fogo aí? Ok já? Não, tô precisando de fogo. Já tá pronto já, né? Quem começa? Não pode vir. Boa sorte ao grupo.
Good morning. And our challenge was choose because of the wildfires on Brazil is very constant, and it's bad for the Amazon.
So after we were searching about all the problems the marathon gave to us, we decided to make our project about the fires problem, because it's a problem that's really common in our country and some others that are affected for us, and this looked really interesting to us, and was the problem we are able to develop more ideas.
As you may know, the flora and the agriculture on the Brazil is very important. And that was the reason that we chose this problem, because of the wildfires on Brazil.
So in the part of the country we decided to base it, our project is the part with don't have a lot of sign of internet or really limited sign of internet. So the most part of our project was thinking about don't use internet, using more sign of radio, and we have a app too based on internet, but the most important part were the radio to contact the firefighters about what is happening and where is happening.
So about our persona, Roberto. He's a small landowner in Mato Grosso in the Midwest of Brazil. And one day he was just taking a nap, resting from a long day working on his soy plantation, when he was suddenly awakened by a strange smell of smoke. But when he realized it was already too late, so he had lost more than 60% of his crop. Poor Roberto. So he was already mad that he had lost many of his crops to the fire, and started searching for a solution, something that would warn him when fire is happening, and at the same time try to stop it, contain it. So he called his friend Basco, and together they developed some kind of machine that can be used as an alarm to warn when the fire is happening, and it also tries to contain it. And this machine would be our prototype. It works on the basis of a smoke and temperature alarm that would be protected inside of this box, but we couldn't put it inside. They would sense when there's any kind of change in the environment that is a sign that a fire can or is going to or is happening, and immediately sends a message to the fire department through an application we've developed, with the location of where it is happening, and it also activates the speaker that releases a frequency between 30 to 60 hertz that kind of stirs the air and separates the oxygen molecules from the fuel in the fire. And for all of this to work, it has a solar panel on the top of the box that powers the circuit, and it also has an extra battery that is also powered by the solar panel to make it work in the nighttime. And about its structure, it has a tripod that would be made out of something like concrete and would be attached to the ground, so you won't have any risk of falling down. The tripod supports the speaker and the box with the circuit that would be made out of brick. We didn't have these materials, obviously we couldn't make it out of this, so we made it out of wood. And to build it, with divided our team into 3 groups. One went to the maker room to create the woodwork for the tripod, and the other team was responsible for the 3D printing that we were going to make the box, but unfortunately it kind of broke, so we'd have to make it out of wood. And the other team configured the circuit and the application developed by us.
So basically, the differential of our prototype is the fact that you signed to contain the fire, and because informs the firefighters about where's happening and what's happening, and so has an app can to warn the people what's happening. So our product ends up impact people's life in a good way because can help not only the population of Mato Grosso, where was based our project, but for our place they are affected by the fires, both natural and illegal. Help many people who suffer with this. An addiction still has an impact on space exploration, preventing further of advances of toxic gases to the atmosphere. And finally, our project also has its shares in the economy, help many farmers to predict fires, avoiding unnecessary economic losses, and helping people who live in a region to prevent themselves and not end up getting judged or losing a property or a residence. So now we'll show to us how this works. We have this problem with the sensor of smoke that we are using this so yearly to see if it works, and we have a problem because the configuration doesn't work, and now he is beeping for all time because he thinks has smoke in everywhere because calibration changes, and yeah, but normally it works. And dual sound and light alarm to help the people to know where's happening the fire. Yes, that.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to give a comment. I think it's okay. You had a few days. You're tired. You have worked super hard, and your presentation was incredible. I think one of the things that's are kind of like the things that I noticed the most out of your team is that you did this beautiful piece of carpentry. Woodwork is not easy, and this is just really well designed and well done. You know, the measurements and the painting, everything. You know, sometimes it's in the details, and you put a lot of thought in this, and I love it. So great work on doing this, and everything in general. But I really like that.
Yeah, I really was impressed by your project. Just quick comment. I wanted to say that I thought that your idea with using 30 to 60 hertz, like the hertz frequency to change the molecules to physically stop the fire was really, really innovative. Like I personally hadn't heard of that before. You brought it up during the sessions where we walked around. So yeah, I just wanted to commend you for thinking of that. And I think that's a really good way to not just inform people of the dangers of fires to help them escape, but also to try to contain it.
Yeah, good job, guys. Just quick question. I see that you guys all have like a sticker. Is that like the logo, and is that your names? Okay. Awesome. Just kind of curious, can you explain the logo a little bit?
This pig is because the farmer, which we based our persona, Roberto, has a pig called Basco, and she wanted to do our logo based on this pig.
Very cute. Good job, guys.
And just to explain, we're trying to avoid to use fire here, so they change the code to use smoke because they have a little problem, but it's working. Okay? Vamos lá, gente.
Eu queria agradecer principalmente a equipe, que em alguns momentos eu achei que ia começar tipo uma guerra civil ali, mas até o fim todo mundo, eu acho que terminou unido. E que eu queria agradecer aos nossos monitores Felipe Porto e Calil Matos, que não está aqui presente. Queria agradecer ele e Lucas também, que esse cara é pica. E é isso aí.
Gente, tem que lembrar que controlar o que vocês falam. Vamos lá. Eu vou chamar os nomes aqui, vocês pegam os certificados e vão pelo fundo, certo? Ok? Samara. Cauã. Luca. Clarissa. Ah, tá. Cadê ela? Tá aqui? Pode chamar ela lá, é que ela tá com um pouco de alergia e precisou sair por causa da, não sei, o carro do ar-condicionado e tal. Felipe, mas trabalhou durante todo o processo. Felipe. Júlio. Gabriela. Clara. Maria Clara. Lara. Marcelo. Marcelo, você mesmo. Sol. Letícia. Leva o protótipo de vocês. Lembrem que os líderes são responsáveis aí pelo protótipo, viu? Fica faltando só Clarissa, que foram pegar ela porque ela tava com um pouquinho de alergia aqui dentro e pediu para sair. Mas só vai receber o certificado. Maia.
Próximo grupo, grupo 12.
Vem. Aqui ela, chegou, recebeu o certificado. Parabéns. Vamos lá, galera. Cuidado. Esse grupo teve bastante adrenalina hoje de manhã. Por acaso, algum colega sem querer pisou no projeto dele, eles tiveram que remontar todo agora de manhã. Casé, é só dizer, viu? Se estiver pronto.
Hi, morning.
Good morning, everyone. The name of your product is Monignis because we in Latin Monele to meanax word we niggas one fire. The main challenge founded we try me presented with monitor cases of fires and whelps with spaces exploration. Basically, we create the visit will alert when the monitor to population for possible fires outbreaks. To principal problem debate for os we turn stack bureaucracy. What is market is low? Three purpose of all project to reduce transaction time. We use three state of Mato Grosso as base because we train second largest Brazilian state with fire outbreaks. Project will reduce train current time from 120 hours to 15 minutos.
So we search a lot of the have necessary information to answer any question or difficulties in country. Research ways of frequency of communication like radio, sirens. We research about the type of the fire, research some data can use. We research types of bioecological materials to use in the project structure. And we also research about route to increase and electronic increase to finally introduce in the project. We throw some models of idea, but do some problems that intend becoming impractical.
So the solution we find is to use the data from our prototype with the data from the government system, INPA. The crossing of this information would bring great precision and speed in the data of fire outbreak. The ANPA system use CubeSat, where there are many satellites used in space exploration and also in immature radio communication. What said our product apart from other on the market is our material with which is biodegradable and trip not process speed. How other project is festival there. Simple. Our project can be used on both mobile and fixed lens. Both model will have temperature and humidity sensor, and the fixed one will have a smoker sensor. With the data collecting will be information to owner with wafer 50 seconds.
Vou ter que passar para outro lado porque eu tenho que apontar para onde é, tá?
The devices will set to data to the central. And there is a comparison with the data of wind speed and direction. So gonna be a projection of which areas would be affected, and alert is instantaneous. Set to do farm with the possibility of a fire occurring. This is instantaneous of the alert, the farm, in 15 seconds, they check out with the IMPA system, and with there is confirmation of a fire outbreak. A second alert is sent via radio or siren and the app, so that to our owners can contain the fire quickly. Our app is the Ah, tá. Mais um. This is our app. They use the confirmation, the information in the system.
So your pro So your product automated large and medium rural process in Mato Grosso, but can adapt it to orientation from the country. So the nucleus is this. So is the support for the sensors in this, and they would be made for a cork. Because the cork is biodegradable material and excellent thermal conductor. In addition, it's very cheap.
Our product is a possible partnership with the government in future. Make the product cheaper. From there, we would add drones for assist the monitoring. As we would taking care, be not only one farm, but our entire country. First, we would have great access to the database for monitor fires, but we would not have control of criminal fires that came from human will.
Our user is Daniel Silva. Daniel Silva, who works with agribusiness, and he owns a 115-hectare farm in Mato Grosso. He is 42 years old, has 2 children, and one of the main problems is exactly that. Such a time of the year is the fire on his land. Our main desire is a way being able to monitor and control here.
Okay, we project function tracking the average of humidity and temperature of the sensors in a determined area. And we use this for simulate the high temperature in the sensor. With this, we can know the rate of risk of a possible focus of fire, and tracking the imp, we can alert the local population about the risk, informing if it is a real or false. If confirmed, we send a evacuation signal with app HF radio already owned by the local population, and truth sirens are already installed on site, as we will warning national force to move and put out a fire. This is a smoke sensor and a maximum high alert.
Bom, esse é o nosso projeto. A gente queria agradecer muito a presença de todos vocês e também por vocês estarem aqui ouvindo o projeto de cada um dos grupos, o que é muito importante. A gente queria agradecer algumas pessoas em especial. Primeiro, a todo mundo do grupo, que se esforçou bastante para ficar muito organizado. E também, tipo, todo mundo participou durante essa semana. A gente queria agradecer aos nossos monitores, Israel e Genibaldo. Genibaldo não está aqui, mas Israel está lá no fundinho. E Genibaldo ajudou bastante na programação, porque a gente teve um problema com a biblioteca que a gente usou para... O quê? Estava corrompida a biblioteca que a gente usou. Então, a gente teve que refazê-lo. Como ele falou, a gente também teve um problema sério mais cedo, porque terminaram, tipo, sem querer... meio que atrapalharam a gente, sem querer, mais cedo. Mas a gente queria agradecer todo mundo do grupo e os nossos monitores, mas também outras pessoas, como Nilson, que ajudou bastante também a gente na programação, as gêmeas, que estavam junto da gente essa semana toda, ajudaram a gente a se alegrar durante as manhãs, fazendo a gente pagar mico, dançando IMCA. E também Macarena, né? Eli, também, idealizador do projeto. Nosso professor também, maravilhoso. Quinta, Hélio. Também Marília, que ajudou a gente criticando o nosso projeto também. Botando um bocado de defeito. Assim como todos os outros monitores também, que na quarta-feira, passaram pela sala e colocaram um bocado de defeito também no projeto, mas a gente consertou, tá? E a gente agradece a todos eles. Lídia também, tá? Muito obrigada.
Eu queria agradecer também a todos que me ajudaram mais cedo e aguentaram meus surtos, tentando consertar tudo que tinha sido quebrado. Especialmente aquele ali que, meu Deus, ele teve que me aguentar muito.
Parabéns, gente.
Great job, guys, overcoming various different challenges, even when it was broken today morning or whatnot. So good job for putting this together and for the presentation. I just had a couple questions. So the prototype, just to clarify, so that's a belt, and right? And where does that, our necklace, and where does it go around?
Alguém vai ter que traduzir para mim. O senhor pode traduzir? O proprietário é quem iria...
The necklace will be in the neck here.
Of a,
The neck
is
of
that
animals.
for animals?
Yes.
Oh, okay, and
It's the proprietary is the choice where you put.
Yeah, they say that you can use also in trees or animals. The owner, we decided how to use this. The best
Okay.
place.
A follow-up question to that. So if it's around an animal, do you guys kind of look into if it, I guess, sends the alarm, if it's safe for the animal's ears and stuff? Or?
It's just a sensor at an animal. The alarm will be at the farm.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you for clarifying. Good job.
Really good project. I really like the fact that it is something that's portable, so people who are affected in that area can also put it on, and you can use it on animals. And so, because that was going to be one of my questions, is the location. And I really liked your thoughtfulness in considering the biodegradable materials and making it. Very good job. Thank you.
Parabéns, gente. Eu vou chamar o nome. Maia, já diga quem é a próxima equipe aqui para já começar a ficar pronto aí, Sérgio. Nosso tempo tá bem
Para
apertadinho.
finalizar o dia de apresentações, grupo 3 agora.
Aguardem só um minutinho antes de vir para entregar os certificados aqui, mas fiquem prontos aí já. Felipe Cazé. Parabéns, cara. Cláudia. Matheus Góes. Davi. Flávio. Isabelle. Natália. Ana Júlia. Larissa. Gabriel. E João Marcelo. Pessoal, vocês podem seguir lá pelo fundo rapidinho para poder fazer a foto lá no fundo, certo? Leve só o protótipo de vocês, cuidado com o protótipo. Mas vamos andando assim o mais rápido possível para a gente conseguir trazer outra equipe. Vamos lá, próxima equipe. Podem vir. Podem ir por aqui, pelo meio. Arrudei por cá, ó. Vamos lá. Pessoal, essa é a última equipe a se apresentar hoje. E aí nós vamos fazer um momento aqui só para prestigiar as escolas parceiras, aquelas que vêm abraçando a ideia e tornar isso possível, certo? Então peço que aguardem só um minutinho. Assim que eles terminarem de apresentar, a gente vai pedir para que os alunos que estão lá fora retornem para cá para a gente fazer o nosso encerramento. Você falar? Gente, ó. Pode botar em cima. Ah, tá. Isso aí, vocês, não? Gente, quem tá com a bateriazinha de 9 volts aí, traga aí, por gentileza. Tá vindo ele aí, tá com o Marcelo. Obrigado. Quem começa? Você vai só dizer o quê?
Good morning. Our project is Neptune, a defense against the wrath of the seas. The monitoring of the communities in the risk areas with aim of minimizing disasters and help with the space exploration. That was the challenge we received and led us to the prototype we have here now, right for you all. For sure, this process wasn't easy for us, otherwise it wouldn't be a challenge. And we made many changes through the week to finally get to this result. Because when you actually think about natural disasters, even though it's a common problem, we don't actually put ourselves into places of the people that suffer from those situations. A thing that we most thought about in the process of choosing the problem was the closeness and the familiarity we would have with it. For living in a coast city, our experience with inundation by the sea level rise was bigger than the other problems. Our research process was divided in two parts: the natural causes of inundations and the consequences, and how would they affect life of the people who live at the coast. We discovered that the traffic is greatly impaired because of the roads completely full of water, preventing the passage of the vehicles. So our first aim was to find a way to alert the populations about the inundations and avoid traffic accidents.
The solution that we found to resolve this problem was Neptune, a large-scale alarm programmed to alert the population every high probability of inundation near their zone. The big idea of this project is to find a way to avoid accidents related to the sea level rise, because places like Aracaju and many other cities near all through the Brazilian coast are sub are subjected to being influenced by the maritime zone. And that's a constant thing that happened in our zone, and it all made it much easier to define our persona and to the idealization of this project. This persona is the result of much research that we made in the process of idealization, like I already say, and we try to define a hypothetical person based on the lifestyle of the people that live in the zone near us. Yeah.
Our person is Jorge Almeida, a 19-year-old man, a psychology student at UFES, and who works in Aracaju. In his moments of leisure, he goes to the Orlinha do Bairro Industrial with his friends, but with a certain frequency, he has been having problems with his locomotion to his home due to the flooding caused by the advancement of the sea level. Jorge is a mid-high Brazilian based on the people we live with because it would be a lot easier to imagine ourselves in your place. When we think of him, we think about the young adult who travels a long way from the roots, home slash college slash work. Imagine how frustrating it is for him to always be caught off guard when a flood happens and derail all his plans. What would be a peaceful trip back home? A fun date with his friends become a worry, a fear that consumes him. Neptune was developed to help like George. People who need an alert about the time that the inundation will start.
The solution was designed tried to spread information. The solution was designed tried to spread information about the forecast of sea air more quickly, making use of sensors and the display, having as a difference the junction of the functions. Of all the these devices, creating a prototype that is based on a display, which receives information of these sensors, make a forecast about the sea air, warning about the risk of the flooding, thus avoiding greater financial and health damage. Wood needs a tablet, humidity and temperature sensor, ultrasonic sensor, 3D printed with dark blue filament, and Arduino jumps, breadboard, resistors, buzzers were used to create the prototype. After these two process, a demonstration of the original project was done in the 3D machine. The project had some changes and it was made in wood. After the production of the project in wood has done circuit programming and application creation.
Now we're gonna show you the prototype. I'm gonna explain how we work. It's actually here inside of this box, so we can actually show how it's work. But yeah. Now she just, I don't know, she trying to oh. She just try to I don't know, activate the temperature and humidity sensor, just doing that thing with her mouth, so the alarm activating. And then when she just passed by the ultrasonic sensor, it activated. So when the sensor captured that it's a person, it activated to alert the probability of inundation. Oh, before I pass to her, I want to explain our logo. It's a trident of, because we chose Neptune because it's the Greek, Roman god of water. So we doing something to the sea to protect the people from the sea. So we chose the name, and that's our logo.
Sea level rise is a worldwide major problem, and it's been dangerous to the population of many countries all over the world. The coastal population around the world live in constant dangers and fear of this phenomenon, and many international organizations are looking for a way to prevent major tragedies from happening. This project had the power to help many of the civilizations that live in the flood danger zone, and due to its low production cost and its adapted tools for accessibility. It will be an easily accessible product within the reach of all.
So that's our project, that's our team, three, and that's all we made it. We passed through many changes, and that's our final prototype.
First of all, thank you to the invitations. So, agora eu queria agradecer uma galera que ajudou a gente nesse processo, começando pelos nossos incríveis monitores. Tá. Renan, um beijo pra você, Renan. Eduardo, não tá aqui, mas tudo bem, ajudou muita gente. Matheus, Letícia, Nai, um beijo pra Nai, ajudou muita gente. Efeitosa, André, todo mundo, gente. Muito obrigada.
Again, I mean, I have no words. Your project is really good, and I think one of the things that stands out to me is that you guys seem really united. I think you're a great team, and one thing that I love is how you were like holding her, just because she was nervous, and it leaves me with great impression. That's kind of like how I felt like throughout this time in Brazil, with everybody just being there supporting the person that needs it. So that's incredible. And on top of that, like I love your prototype, because you went from just building this and using something that exists that right now is an iPad just to show your prototype, because that's what it is. It's trying to make just an idea to show it to people and see how it would work, but making it useful, you know, and being creative and actually finding a way to do that is really great. So I think it's fantastic to see your project. Thank you.
Yeah, Sergio kind of beat me to it, but I think at some point I got so focused on your support for each other that I kind of missed a few details of what you were talking about, because having been in schools all over in the US, internationally, other than the education, one part of education which is often not focused on enough is caring for each other, collaborating with each other, and working together. And most of scientific innovation is typically not accomplished by one person working alone. Part of the design process and the entire scientific process, if you can call it that, is working together, learning how to work together, and then sharing what you have learned. The human genome was not deciphered by one scientist. It was actually an international project. So you guys supporting each other, actually standing there with her. And while you were standing there with her, you constantly were holding her. I saw in the back they were getting her ready to come up. So that was the best part for me. But your project was also really good, and I like that you chose Neptune, and I like your logo. Thank you.
Just a quick comment. I just want to congratulate you guys for taking on this challenge and being able to see, you know, the whole process with you guys. I remember talking to you guys about what you're thinking, but like actually having a prototype here today, I think is amazing. And also just want to congratulate you guys for taking this opportunity to be brave. I know that a lot of it was challenging. Maybe some of you guys were afraid, but now you guys can say you're someone who is a little bit more braver now. So congrats.
Parabéns, gente. Eu vou entregar os certificados, vocês a mesma coisa. Vão rapidinho lá para o fundo tirar foto e sentam, porque agora nós vamos fazer o encerramento. E aí é interessante todo mundo esteja nos seus lugares já. Meus parabéns pela união, pelo trabalho em equipe, é isso mesmo. Cada um tem sua habilidade, tem sua dificuldade, mas todo mundo trabalha junto, um ajuda o outro e a coisa anda, certo? Parabéns mesmo. Mariana e o Rian. Géusia, Ana Clara, Valentina, Clara, Cecília, Miguel, Murilo, Letícia, Linda, Maria Eduarda. Parabéns, gente. Parabéns mesmo. Pessoal, as outras equipes estão começando a entrar aqui e eu queria aproveitar enquanto eles estão entrando, certo? Deixa eu só pedir para alguns monitores fiscalizar aqui essa entrada. Uma ajudinha, por favor. Para todo mundo entrar para a gente fazer nosso encerramento, eu queria só aproveitar para dizer o seguinte. Esse é um trabalho que é feito por muita gente. Talvez eu seja a figura que aparece mais, porque eu estou aqui à frente, foi eu que criei o evento, mas eu não consigo fazer isso sozinho, certo? Tem uma equipe muito grande por trás. Eu sempre cito o Eide, que está do meu lado o tempo todo, porque a gente trabalha junto, dorme junto, acorda junto, o tempo todo junto mesmo. Mas, além disso, nós temos também, eu vou citar só algumas pessoas que representam todos, né? Em cada escola, nós tínhamos um diretor de polo. Então, no Colégio Amadeus, quem estava era Nilson como diretor de polo, e no CCPA era a Lígia, está aqui Lígia. Nós tínhamos também 2 gerentes de logística. Então, no Amadeus estava Ana Elisa e Ana Clara, e no CCPA estava Matheus e Nayade, certo? E, além disso, cada escola também tinha um responsável técnico. No Colégio Amadeus era Hélio, e no CCPA era Ana Letícia. Então, essa galera aí, junto com todos os monitores que estavam trabalhando juntos, queria agradecer a todos os monitores que deram um gás esses dias todos. Os monitores júnior, que são alunos que estão terminando o ensino médio, que não puderam participar esse ano da maratona por conta da demanda, mas que se dispuseram a ajudar os colegas aí a continuarem e preparar essa nova geração do projeto. Então, parabéns a todos. E eu queria só convidar o professor Domingos aqui para vir aqui na frente rapidinho, só para falar um pouquinho da parceria que a gente tem com o Innovation Center e a gente poder fazer nossos últimos passos aqui para encerrar a nossa jornada, certo? Professor, muito obrigado.
Hi everyone. How are you? My name is Domingos Machado. I'm president of the Tiradentes University, of the Tiradentes Innovation Center. And today I represent the group Tiradentes and Tiradentes University. Today is celebrate and congratulate. Congratulations, Professor Eli and your team, because the Piri Party is here. Thank you very much, the teacher, the students, and special our guests, the another country. This weekend is a special week. This week is very intense, but incredible for us. It's important for us to congratulate to all of this. It's necessary to have very fun all this moment. Enjoy all this moment. Professor Lee, you are our superhero, and you are the future of the Brazil. Thank you so much. Você é verdadeiramente o nosso super-herói. Vocês são o futuro do Brasil. E agradeço a todos por essa grande festa. Thank you so much.
Obrigado, professor. Gente, como eu falei, nada disso seria possível sozinho, certo? Não dá para fazer isso sozinho. Então, a gente queria aqui agora, só para a gente finalizar essa nossa jornada que iniciou lá no final do ano passado e vem rolando até aqui, com reuniões de pais. Os pais estão em casa, são fundamentais para isso acontecer. O apoio, o suporte, a confiança. Os filhos passam uma semana com a gente, manhã e tarde, e às vezes chega em casa à noite, está lá no Discord ainda conversando, resolvendo problema, tentando achar solução. Então, sem a família, isso não é possível. Queria agradecer a todos os pais que estão assistindo aqui a gente. Essa parceria ela é essencial para que isso aconteça, essa confiança. E também as escolas que nos apoiam, que participam, as instituições que estão com a gente. Então, algumas instituições, infelizmente, não puderam estar presentes aqui, depois encaminha para eles a premiação, mas eu queria convidar algumas dessas instituições. Queria convidar ao Denis, do Colégio Amadeus, para vir aqui à frente, para poder receber a premiação. Ele está por aqui? Recebeu o troféu Tiradentes de Inovação para o Bem. Professor Marcos Vinícius, do Colégio CCPA. Eu acho que o professor Jamison não pode vir, né, do Colégio do Salvador, mas fazer a menção também aqui ao Colégio do Salvador, que é parceiro daqui a gente há muito tempo. Professora Juliana, não sei se está aqui ainda, ou Karine, do CEP Expansão. Já precisaram ir, não é? Mas fazer a menção também aqui ao CEP Expansão, pela participação, pelo apoio, há muitos anos já fazendo parte do projeto. Professora Patrícia, do Colégio Santana. Palmas. Professora Glória, do Colégio Glória. Do Colégio Futuro Feliz, acho que quem está aqui é a professora Linda aí. Gente, muito importante, esse troféu foi feito lá no Innovation Center, certo? Com a cortadora laser e com as máquinas que tem lá. Certo? Eu estou tentando não sair da foto aqui, na verdade. Obrigado. Professor Matheus, representando o Colégio Atena. Professor Julian, da Cultura Inglesa. Cultura Inglesa parceira da gente aqui já há um bom tempo e apoiando essa iniciativa. Professora Grace, do Maple Bear. Gilton e Diana, do projeto Alma Generosa de Capela, que trouxe os alunos para cá para participarem com a gente. Num esforço muito grande aí para conseguir organizar tudo. A logística não foi fácil, mas estão aí, trouxeram os meninos, cuidaram deles por uma semana para que os alunos de Capela tivessem a oportunidade de participar com a gente também. Gil, da Propagtour, nossa parceira já desde 2015 e ajudando a gente a fazer esse evento acontecer todos os anos. O que a gente dá dor de cabeça para eles não está no gibi, né, Gil? E eu queria convidar também, esse ano tem uma empresa em particular que ajudou a gente a fazer a parte de layout, cuidar dos certificados e tudo mais, um representante bem distinto aí, da Jocarts Designer, para vir aqui para receber o certificado. Ou a premiação. Gente, eu queria fazer menção aqui, uma menção muito importante também, que é a Associação Sergipana de Ciências, que nos deu suporte para respaldar o projeto, para emissão de certificados. Eu acho que, infelizmente, não pôde vir nenhum representante de lá hoje, mas a gente vai encaminhar para eles também a premiação, porque a gente vem fazendo um trabalho já há 9 anos, o projeto vai completar 9 anos no mês que vem, mas a gente sempre precisa de instituições reconhecidas pela sociedade, de instituições que tenham respaldo, para poder mostrar que nosso trabalho é sério, para que pessoas que não conhecem ainda possam acreditar nessa ideia. Então, gostaria muito de agradecer a todos pela presença, por terem confiado. Meninos, foi luta, foi choro, foi correria, foi cansaço, mas aquilo que a gente planejou lá atrás se concretizou, vocês conseguiram finalizar com mérito, com resultados excelentes. São 3 dias para fazer muita coisa, vocês conseguem fazer toda vez, me surpreendem sempre. A galera que ajudou, muito obrigado, os monitores, os coordenadores, diretores de polo, gerente de logística, todo mundo que estava junto aí para participar, muito obrigado. E vamos começar já a pensar no ano que vem agora, né? Gente, eu queria só pedir que vocês, que os alunos esperassem um pouquinho para a gente poder sair organizado, viu, gente? Obrigado, galera, e é isso. Valeu. Vamos encerrar então nossa live aqui. Os pais, um grande abraço. Muito obrigado pelo apoio de sempre, certo? Valeu. Só um minutinho, gente.
This was not planned and came very ill prepared, but I have to say thank you so much to Professor Ili for putting this all together, for working so diligently, at least with me planning since last year. And this has just exceeded my expectations. This was my first time in Brazil. And I knew it would be good, but I just didn't have any idea of how amazing this would be for the students, for the parents, for the teachers involved, for us, for all of us. Thank you, Professor Healy. Thank you, Heidi. Thank you, everybody who's worked very hard in putting this together. Thank you so much.
Obrigado, gente. Obrigado. Muito obrigado mesmo. Como eu falei, um trabalho em equipe, todo mundo junto para conseguir fazer isso funcionar. Obrigado às escolas que apoiaram, que cobriram a gente aí, que aluno perdeu prova, teve que marcar a prova, reorganizar. Muito obrigado mesmo pelo apoio. Meninos, esperem só um pouquinho para a gente organizar a saída, para ninguém sair na agonia, todo mundo